There was some question about exhibits. Exhibits, I wonder if they straighten that out.
Actually, a lot of this morning was to try. Balance sheet talk.
Let me ask Nick.
We'll just do it anywhere we've got it.
My venue.
By August, he had made.
So we got 4 minutes. So you want to go ahead?
Sure.
Unless you early, how's that? Great. No problem?
Use the microphone. Look at that.
Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth and the truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you. If you state and spell your name for the court reporter.
My name is Michael Strong, M-I-C-H-A-L-S-T-R-O-N-G.
Let's start out with a little.
I was raised in England, in the Church of England actually, and I took a degree in law. All in California actually. So I came to the States in '76, which is an interesting year for an Englishman to arrive.
Okay, and then were you involved in or attending various Episcopal churches after you got
Yes,
here?
I did. My wife immediately went to St. Michael's, and I went, I became a Roman Catholic. I've been a Roman Catholic, so I used to go to Queen of Angels, and then I went to St. Michael's with my wife. I attended St. James and St. James the Great. So I had experience of all the local churches, actually.
Okay. And where do you attend now?
St. James the Great, or
Okay.
Save St. James. St. James the Great.
Yeah, in the City Hall? And
Yes, in the
Okay.
City Hall.
Okay. And did you follow with some interest
There's a doctrine of estoppel in the English Court of Equity, which states that if you make statements or do something which someone... A letter was written by the diocese to the church stating that if they bought one of the parish corporation, the diocese was not stopped them for that title.
so you part of it, but you had been following?
For some time.
Let me just ask you a question. Did you?
I did.
Okay. And did you have some communication?
Yes, I ask him many questions.
Okay. And we're going to come back to that a little while
Right,
later. Okay. Did you, at some point, and you also used the phrase St. James the Great. It actually was just St. James at that point,
Yes,
right?
at that time it's St. James, right.
Okay. Now, did you start to realize that the St. James or St. James the Great was going to reopen in or about August of 2015? Tell us what you recall of learning that, and then I'm going to show you a couple of...
First service, which I think October...
Let me direct your attention more. You receive from the Episcopal News very top, but just...
Yes, insofar as I can read it. Glasses.
There you go. Is that you?
Yes, that is
Okay.
definitely me.
And so this is an Episcopal News update that you received on or about August 5th, 2013.
Yes, I still take the Episcopal News newsletter.
Did you read? True. I thought where does it say Bruno on here? Property in the name of the St. James Parish is held in trust. A little further, there's a quote in the third paragraph. It says, "I give thanks." You see that? Right there. Okay. And why don't you, if you could read that paragraph.
And I pray that the action will settle the fact that people can disagree but cannot take property that has been entrusted to the Episcopal Church for the ministry. The Right Reverend J. John Bruno, Bishop of the 6th County Diocese of the Los Angeles, has said of the court order, "I feel blessed that Judge Dunning followed the direction of the California State Supreme Court and appellate courts and did a masterful job we can now proceed with the continuing ministry of the Episcopal Church in Newport Beach.
Okay. And did you take that as a signal that St. James was going to reopen as an Episcopal church?
Yes,
Okay.
definitely.
And then another one came out a couple of days later, dated August 7th, Exhibit 65. And I think we have your email.
Right,
It's cutting to you from the Episcopal News, right?
right.
Okay. And you read this at the time?
In Orange County,
Yeah,
court.
I'm not asking you to read it out loud, I'm
Okay.
sorry. I just want to make sure you read it at the time.
Yes,
Okay. And then let's read the last paragraph, and I think this is a
yes, I
statement.
believe
It says statement from the Right Reverend
so. Yes,
John
I
Durham.
believe so, yes.
Okay. Sadly enough, you gotta scroll down a little. The second page, sorry. Let's start with, I believe strongly in holding out hope in all situations. Here, I believe strongly.
I believe strongly in holding out hope
In
in
all-
in a situation,
All situations.
all situations ruled, and shall continue to, and we will continue the ministry of the Episcopal Church in Newport Beach, Lido Island.
Okay. And did you take that as an indication that the Episcopal Church was going to reopen?
It never occurred to me that it could be possibly otherwise.
Okay. No, you had no indication that it was being contemplated for sale after this?
No.
Okay. Okay. Let me show you what we've already marked as Exhibit 22. And if we'll go to the second page. This is a letter from the bishop's office. It's really more of the same sort of thing. You're familiar with it?
I can't immediately remember that.
Okay. Okay. How about, can we scroll down so we can see it? Well, I don't know if we can see it. This doesn't, you don't remember for sure seeing this?
I do remember seeing that, yes.
Okay. Let's look at the second paragraph. Okay. And in particular, my eyes are no better, but I'm closer. Okay. We will reaffirm the congregation's name under the patronage of St. James the Great, one of three apostles who witnessed the transfiguration of Jesus and also our Lord's agony in the Garden of Gethsemane. We also look ahead to engage God's mission locally for the days and years to come. Did you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And again, did you take it from that and overall that this was a new congregation opening up to go forward?
Yes. Beginning in 215, I went to another church after that point.
Okay. But you actually went to that service on October 13. I'm going to show you, I don't think I'll show it to you. We had a little bit earlier about speaking with Mr. Zevnik and exchange of emails because you had questions arising from your concept of estoppel under English law.
Right.
And you wanted to explain what that was about and talk to us a
Mr. Zevnik was an active member of St. Michael's, and he was clearly involved in the Anglican Church of North America dispute with the Diocese of Los Angeles. And I kept on asking him questions of trying to understand how that, what that the question of estoppel arose. Are you familiar with estoppel?
I think it would be helpful.
The principle of estoppel is that sue them for doing that. I mean, a very clear equitable idea, actually. In the particular case of the Ackner lawsuit, they had this letter written, and then had bought a lot, I think it was a parking lot, and prior to buying that, they got a letter from the diocese that lot could be held by the parish corporation. So I was confused how the church could sue the diocese, the parish corporation, to recover that property, since it was, to my mind, they would be estopped. Is that, you following me?
And you and Mr. Zebnik discussed that, and
Yes.
he gave you some case law and things.
Law, right.
Okay. And in the course of that,
Yes.
okay, so I'm
Understood from him and from the various articles in the paper that the diocese didn't have the right to alienate or sell property, so that they were not able to write that letter. So they prevents the person suing you. It doesn't do anything else. So how could the diocese successfully sue against that being stopped, right? And saying that they didn't have the power to write that letter because they didn't go through the proper procedure to write that letter, which is effectively a sort of conditional conveyance, right?
I'm going to show you Exhibit 82, and is this an email in which he expresses
Yeah, right.
that thought?
He then wrote back, or you can see it there.
Is that, can we get who's sending it?
It goes on, there's more than that. That was one of his replies.
Right. And if we keep going on, so this, okay, so right here, the thing that's important about the New versus Kroger decision is that no one, including a bishop, can act, and you have to go down to get this. That's good. Contrary to the canons. Of property or property rights requires the approval of the standing committee, acting on the recommendation of the board of the corporation of the diocese. So leaving aside the issue of whether abortion, he was the bishop at the time back
Right.
then anyway, right? Signature on the letter was procured fraudulently. He had no power to do what they asserted he did. Did you see that?
Yes.
And what did you take that?
I took that to mean that in order to write that letter, they needed to go through all the process of a standing committee and so on to write that letter.
And, ultimately to alienate property or to
Right.
give away property, to sell property?
Right.
Okay. Now, were you present on May 17, 2015?
Yes.
And by then you had become a member of the
Yes.
St. James the
A lady I knew at St. John the Divine who called me, was very excitedly saying she had heard the property had been sold.
Okay.
And I actually didn't believe it. I thought she was very much a gossip.
Okay. Is that Barbie?
Is that pertinent?
Well, it's in the next exhibit. And so you were there in the parish hall when Bishop Bruno made the announcement and people spoke.
Yes.
Can you just describe what you remember him saying and what the reaction was and so on?
Well, as I remember, he started off with a brief statement, and then there was questions and answers from the hundred or so. He was planning to sell the church. Since the property was held in corpse sole, he didn't need any approval of anybody to sell it. He had the complete power with it. The corpse sale, everyone here probably knows what a corpse sale is, right?
It's
a
okay,
sole-
go ahead.
a company which only has one member, so he's the executive, the member, the director, the president,
Okay.
all in one. So he had the power to do that. Ron said that someone else, and he said no. And then he said that the property that would be not, we'd occupy the church at least until October, and he was then seek for a 3-month leaseback period after the 1st of October.
Okay.
And in the meantime, the $15 million, which he's going to get, some of it would use to help us move into a different facility and find a continue existing.
Did he say anything to your memory, see if this refreshes your recollection, about placing the proceeds of the sale in a trust fund for the
Some of
board?
which would be to our benefit as an ongoing congregation.
It's a slightly different question. So
Okay.
some of it was going to come back to St. James to help them out.
Right.
Okay. But did he also say that the remainder would go into a trust fund for the poor and from?
For mission churches, yes, he said that.
Okay. Did he say anything indicating that any portion of it was going, well, let me ask it this way. Did you take it that other than what was coming back from St. James, it would be used for church purposes? For the
Yes, I definitely got them.
just commercial real estate or
No.
any place?
No.
Okay. And then if we can put up Exhibit 110. And let's get the top with the addressee and the date. So that's your email that
Correct.
same day, right?
Yes, that same
Later in
day,
the
that afternoon, right.
Okay, and this is to a friend of yours?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so this. There's a comment here about St. Michael's. What was that about? Do you remember?
There's something, I can actually read that now. Someone at that presentation said, what about St. Michael's? And he's talking about selling property. And he said, the vestry is strongly entrenched. That can't be done.
Okay,
The director is strongly entrenched. That can't be done.
okay. And then you say that apparently he was offered twice the appraised value, $7 million, and that the bishop's sole corporation would receive $15 million before closing costs. You see that?
Yes, that's what he told us.
His idea is, and you wrote this within a couple of hours of being there.
Yes,
His idea is to place the $15 million in a trust fund, St. James the Great Trust Fund for missionary work by the diocese, although some might be available for the St. James congregation to find and build another facility.
yes,
Is that right?
yes,
Is that accurate when you wrote it?
yes. That was fresh in my mind, right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else we should. Let's go to the next paragraph. You wrote this, like many there, the news was not just very depressing to me, but the explanations did not ring entirely true. Among other things, that the diocese did not lack funds, nor was there any mention of the experiment being watched from 415. What did you mean by that?
Well, I probably meant 815, actually.
Oh, 815, sure.
This is the headquarters of the Episcopal Church.
What did you have in mind?
Well, if you went to St. James, the most impressive thing was the team. When he talked about the team and the incredible buy from the congregation. So I thought that would be of extraordinary interest, given the fact that the Episcopal Church's numbers are declining while the population in the U.S. is growing. It seemed to me amazing that they would not be interested in a successful church such as India was forming. So at that time, I imagined that they might be interested in that success, especially since it seemed to me very hard to understand that combination of events.
Okay.
Do you follow what I'm saying?
You started literally to tear up a moment ago. Why was that? Sorry, but
Well, first of all, being English, I've been brought up to not to show my emotions. So it's rather ridiculous that I should find myself being emotional now. But it is an emotional issue. I mean, a vibrant church is a very emotional experience.
and you felt the loss of it, or you're feeling the loss of it? I'm not putting words in your mouth, just...
I'm still really completely amazed at the sequence of events, actually, including these 3 days.
Okay.
I find the whole thing utterly bewildering.
Okay. Let's finish off your email. Speaking to Will Christ after the devastating announcement, I remarked that I just wanted somewhere to pray. He suggested that we might be too attached to this collection of bricks and mortar. Yesterday, while fertilizing St. Michael's roses, Peter joined me and was most affable. Who's...
This is Peter Haynes.
Ah,
So for several years, and I happened to be doing them that Sunday afternoon, I suppose, and he came by and, as I say, affable.
he's the pastor.
And
at
he's the rector of St.
Rector.
Michael's,
Okay.
right?
Okay. Good. Thank you very much.
I'm trying to think if I have a good question for you, Mr. Strong. Just give me a minute. You're still attending St. James the Great, right?
In the community hall, it's the city hall, right?
Yes. And do you still attend St. Michael's at all?
I went there twice this year, actually. They have a men's group. I joined them for that.
How large is St. Michael's? Approximately how many members of the congregation?
I have no idea. I haven't been there. I mean, on that. I would say that in the 8 o'clock service, there are probably roughly 30 or 40 people, and in the 10 o'clock service, 35.
Kathy Lieberman is our next witness. I've got her file. Good. Pull out the Hawkins statements, but... I think we can use the hard copy of this? Okay. Okay, but okay. Good afternoon. Lieberman were members of St. James going way back, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you're still going to St. James the Great at the Community Center or City Hall. Give us a little background of your family and your mother and father's involvement and your involvement in the Episcopal Church, especially the Diocese of Los Angeles.
My mother, as far back as I can remember, was always serving in the Episcopal Church in some capacity. Canon Betty Conley, she was very proud of that. She was a 6-time deputy for Los Angeles Diocese at General Convention. She was on the National Executive Council. She was on standing committee, diocesan council, among other things.
Okay.
back in 1993.
Was she ordained as a
No,
priest?
no.
Yeah.
And then your father was,
Yes, he was known as Mr. Betty Conley. And he goes way back in the early 60s. He helped raise funds and build St. Patrick's Episcopal Church in Thousand Oaks. We came to Newport in 1970, joined St. James then, St. James, not St. James the Great. And he also worked on the fundraising and building of the new church, the church that it,
and have you been here during some of the, you saw some of the pictures of it go up? That's
yes,
the St. James the Great
the
Church.
St. James the Great Church.
Okay.
And that was consecrated, Bishop Bruno came in, I think it was 2001.
Okay. And you've heard Reverend Voorhees talk about having worked on it? Same building?
Same building, same
Okay.
building.
And then, did you yourself, when you moved to Newport Beach in 1970, begin attending St. James Episcopal Church?
Yes.
Okay. And go ahead and describe your involvement and your family.
I was in youth group for a while. I was married there. My children were baptized. Married there. I couldn't have been happier. It was a wonderful church until, the night of the vote when the Anglicans took the church away in 2004.
And were you troubled by that?
Yeah. I guess you could say I was completely blindsided. I had no idea this was coming. And they had called us all together one night and said, we have to tell you something. It was devastating. It was like my world stopped. I mean, my church was my world. I mean, and they ripped it out from underneath. And I just thought, how can this happen? How can this happen? By a few people, taking our church away.
And then, where did you go in the interim?
My parents went to St. Michael's. My husband was at that time. And on
The Episcopal Church.
for the 9 years when the Anglicans took it over. And by the way, on that night of the vote, I voted against it. Bishop Bruno, it was one of the best days of our, and it was being returned as an Episcopal church. We were thrilled.
Had your mother at some point told you not to register at St. Michael's rather than keep your registration at St. all those years and didn't change your registration?
She said, don't change it. I guess Bishop Bruno had told them not to change their registration to St. Michael's, and I had just presumed that was because we were going to get the church. Yeah.
And did you go to that opening service on October 6, 2013?
When St. James reopened?
Yes, sorry.
Yes, we did.
Okay, tell us about it.
My dad had been very, very sick. He was in the hospital, and he was at a point where the doctor said he probably wouldn't make it. And I remember telling him the news, how we were going to go to the church and do this, and I thought, I'm going to get him there, even if it's on a hospital bed. And we did get there, and he was in a wheelchair. But, and it was just, it was pure joy. I mean, and Bishop Bruno came and reopened it, and we were all
Yeah.
just thrilled beyond words.
Okay. And in fact, was a photograph of the ceremony and of your father with Bishop Bruno put in the Episcopal News about that time?
That's them.
It's already up there.
Yeah, that's me. That's my dad.
So let's, okay, so this is can you tell us who's in that photograph on the right? I didn't mean that. Is that your father in the wheelchair?
Oh, in the wheelchair, that's my father, and I'm directly behind him, and that's Bishop Bruno.
Okay. And then there's a little box there that talks about it. Let me just take a minute, and did you hear what Bishop Bruno and your father were talking about, or?
I don't recall what they were actually talking
Yeah.
about at that point. They were dear friends. They'd been friends for years, before he was a bishop. I have no idea what they're actually saying. I'm sure my dad was just going, yay, you know.
Okay. And I don't know that we need to read all of it, it's in evidence, but I think you've described what a wonderful day that was for you and for your father. Okay, and did you then, by the way, your mother had passed away by then, right?
She passed away back in 2009, and at that point, that my parents were going to St. Michael's, and so her memorial service was at St. Michael's.
At St. Michael's, okay. Do you remember anything of what the bishop said during the service about the reopening of St. James the Great?
I remember him saying that we were to support Reverend Cindy. She had the heart of a lion, and that he wanted a vibrant, congregation for years to come.
Okay. And that's what you remember as you sit here? Okay. And then you continued to go there with your family? And had there your son coming up in 2015?
Yes, in October of 2015, and we secured the church for that day in January of
Okay.
2015.
Okay, something. And I think you were in church on May 17th, but you didn't go to the parish hall for the meeting, right?
Correct. We went to the service. We actually talked to the bishop before the service, my dad and I, and then he was not feeling well, so we had to go home before the parish hall.
I take it the bishop didn't say anything to you about closing the church in that little conversation you had before you left?
No, my dad and Bishop Bruno were friends, and my dad had emailed Bishop Bruno about something about phantom pain and wanted to know what Bishop Bruno knew about that, and,
Okay. And then did you learn, maybe later in the day, or how did you learn, and when did you learn that he had announced that the church was going to be closed, or that he'd sold it?
I did not learn about it until the next day when my brother, who lives in Pennsylvania, texted me and said, heard the bishop sold your church to a developer.
What was your reaction?
I know my brother well enough, he wouldn't kid about something like that, but I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was just like I believed him, and I must say, I thought the worst was in 2004 when the Anglicans took the church away, but when our own bishop did it, I mean, it was just, I felt like we were his faithful followers who had grew the church and did exactly what he asked us to do, and then just with no warning came in. It was disbelief. It was all over. I was blindsided. And
Okay. And what happened? He was able to get married at St. James the Great in the fall, right?
Mhm.
How did that come about?
Well, right after we heard the news, and everything, and things were settling, I wrote to the bishop, I called the bishop, I texted the bishop, my son wrote to the bishop, my father wrote and emailed and called, and we never got any response. And granted, we were sick that the church was, being sold, and I guess part of mine was I was trying to tell him that, no, we're doing really well, can you reconsider? But a lot of it was that my son was going to get married in the church, and a wedding is a big deal. And my son had come back to the church, and as a parent, you're just so, and he loved the church, and he decided to get married there, and I was heartsick.
So were you having trouble confirming that he would be able to get married there?
Well, yes, Reverend Cindy tried to get some kind of confirmation whether, we could or we couldn't, and we didn't actually find out that we could until about 15 days before the wedding.
Did you actually make tentative plans for him to get married at St. Michael's along the way because of the lack of answers?
I did. I talked to Peter Haynes and said, could we have it, there, but that we really wanted to have it at St. James, if that was at all possible.
Okay. And then did your father pass away later that year in
He
December?
did in December of 2015.
Okay. And were you able to have his memorial service at St. James the Great?
Yes, we were.
Okay.
He passed away. I texted Reverend Cindy. She was at convention, and she talked to, I think, David,
Okay.
who then talked to Bishop Bruno, and Bishop Bruno opened conference and for my
Okay.
dad.
Ask a question. I want to make sure I understand something. You had mentioned earlier that
My yellow highlights.
when the Anglican took control of St. James, that you had kept your membership at St. James at the bishop's request.
Yes.
Were there other people who did that as well? Or was it just a few of you?
I don't know. I know that he asked my mom and dad to, and then my mom told me that the bishop said not to do that. I don't know if there were other people.
Okay.
Ms. Lieberman, when you, at St. James, have you served on any of the leadership teams there?
St. James or St. James the Great?
Oh, sorry, St. James the Great.
Oh. I don't know what you mean by leadership, but I'm lead the outreach committee. I'm in charge of that. I have a Bible study at my house. Started that. Have our own little jobs in that we're a church on wheels, and so therefore with smiling faces we all back and forth as there's somebody's in charge of bringing the sound system and somebody in charge of bringing the altar guild things and that kind of stuff.
Well, if you think back to the time that you were on the campus of the church property, were you on one of the leadership teams at that time?
You know what? At that time, I would have loved to have been, but it was almost a full-time job being his caregiver. He was very, very sick. He had a lot of problems, had just had his leg removed, and I was basically his caregiver. So I would have liked to, but...
And do I remember correctly, did you write a very nice thank you note to Bishop Bruno
I did.
after his funeral?
I did, yeah. No. It was after the wedding. After the funeral, I wrote a note, but it was after the wedding, and I forgot her name. She came to St. James, and I gave her a picture of the wedding and a note thanking to be that we were allowed to have the wedding there.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. That completes our live witnesses. We had an agreement that the testimony of William Hawkins could be presented by their statements. So I would tend to those now to
Okay.
Leah.
You'll receive those?
Yes.
You agree? Okay. Sorry, Leah. Up and down. Right. Thank you. I heard that. I heard you was resting. Is that the case?
Yeah, I'm tired. But in addition, our case is rested
Resting,
at this
thank
time.
Can we move for a nap time?
Happens. Go along.
Yeah, I may have a rebuttal case, of course, but
Yes.
who knows?
Absolutely. Ms. Larson for the defense.
Well, I will be conducting the direct.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Zevnik.
We need to,
And here.
With Bishop
yes, I
Bruno's
need
coming first.
to, we need.
Very short recess, don't go anywhere.
I stuck it back in her file, I think. Not mine.
Oh, it's not in the binder? Okay, yeah, no, that's good.
Blue shirt, isn't that a
Thanks, thank you.
Blue clerk.
light blue?
Yeah, California.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see. Huh.
All right.
Really, that much in library.
Yeah.
That answers that question, doesn't it?
Yeah, I didn't-
No, that's
Take a
that
chance
right.
to stay in the.
Yeah, good point. Mills? Is that his name? Mills? John Stewart. Not Mills. John Stewart. I just think. Oh, yeah.
I can't remember. Something like that, yeah. I can't remember. He was here.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
And he's sitting at his next to dead middle.
Would you rather have me give you my name and everything on the document? Yeah, let's bring the respondents over here.
Million, M-I-L-L-I-O-N. I know that's what it is.
By giving their accounts as a portion Jim, we can tell you about a subsequent conversation.
No, I'm fine. I just, if I don't listen to my doctor, I won't get off this next week.
Misrepresented him. If he'd known that
That's how I got in trouble.
make it, if he'd known.
He told me not to take the trash out at our kid's house in Oregon, and I slipped on the ice. Damage this particular
It is, unfortunately, so it puts me in the position that I'm not having to say,
Achilles?
well,
Oh.
the subject was discussed, and people don't.
That's one of the reasons. From football days, that's one of the reasons I lost my left leg. Because the bones were so porous from getting
I didn't have
battered. You have a beautiful beard. As you saw, my son has a beard. I can't grow it. I'm a hairless chihuahua.
And he gave me one of those guns that, as you know how they do when you pull them up short, and you realize that you're making sense.
Yeah.
We've all experienced that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Zevnik?
Panel, Bishop Bruno. Have you been sworn yet? Oh, go ahead.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Joseph John Bruno, Joseph, John, Jon, Bruno, Bruno.
Bishop Bruno, can you please tell the panel about your educational and career background up to and including the time you were elected?
Degree from Cal State Los Angeles in physical education, kinesiology actually. And then I went from there and had a short athletic career. And then after that, I came back and went to work for the police department as a law enforcement officer for 5.5 years. I was during that time hoping that I would get rid of the idea of going to seminary. I had started earlier in my theological education as a Claretian missionary many, many years ago. Then after that, during my time in the police department, I got a license in criminology, in which other things. I worked in 4 different divisions. Then I was in divinity at Virginia Theological Seminary in Alexandria, Virginia. And the rest of the question, I'm sorry.
When were you ordained?
In 1976, 41 years ago as a deacon, and then 1977 as priest.
Was that in the Diocese of Los Angeles?
In the Diocese of Los Angeles.
Has all of your service as a priest in the Episcopal Church been in the Diocese of Los Angeles?
No, sir. I was a church planter in the Diocese of Oregon after serving a curacy at St. Patrick's, Oregon, and started a new congregation and planted the congregation and finished my ministry on a non-stipendiary basis for the next 5 to 7 years in the Diocese of Los Angeles before Bishop.
What congregation was that 5 to 7 years?
With Warren Nyback, and worked there as his non-stipendiary youth assistant and pastoral care person.
Mrs. Edley, pull the mic towards you. Thank you.
Your period, you were a non-stipendiary priest, correct? Have you served for a longer portion of your career?
Yes, approximately in total, I congregations that could not afford a pastor. St. Athanasius was the one that Bishop Rusak appointed me as rector of, and I served there until I think the mid-'80s, non-stipendiary, so another 5 to 7 years.
Okay, so out of the totality of the your years of service as a priest in the Episcopal Church, how many total years did you serve as a non-stipendiary priest?
Most of 17.
Thank you. What year were you elected bishop of the Diocese of Los Angeles?
In 1999, on November 13th.
Okay. Did you experience, were you, when at the convention where you were elected bishop, were you part of the slate of candidates selected by the search committee of the diocese?
I was on until they named the 6 finalists, and then myself and Ken and Kate Cullinane were cut off the list, and I was later then challenged to be by petition on the list.
And were you added to the list as a result of that petition?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you experience some emotion being a candidate for bishop at that time?
I was cut from the list, I was very happy to go ahead and be the rector of St. Athanasius and continue to build the place up, because I'd already built it up to the point that it was a brand new building, which is now our cathedral center, and I supervised the building of that building.
Okay. We've heard a lot over the last day and a half, and I think there are probably some questions on the part of the panel about what the Diocese of Los Angeles is, what its governing bodies are, how they're composed. Can you please give an overview of the diocese for the panel?
In 1999, I was elected to be the bishop coadjutor, and prior to that, I'd worked on the diocesan staff. We had approximately at that time about 125,000 members, maybe a little more, in the diocese, and then when I got into office after I served a 2-year coadjutor period with Bishop Frederick Borsch, I then started working on purging the records, because when we started checking, the majority, well, not the majority, but we finally purged them down to 75,000 people in the Diocese of Los Angeles. And I must admit that was because of my business background. I didn't want to have to go out and raise money from dead people.
What is the geographic size of the Diocese of Los Angeles?
The diocese stretches from San Juan Capistrano in the south to Santa Maria in the north, and from the Pacific Ocean to the Arizona-Nevada border.
Okay, how many counties does it comprise?
It's 5.5 counties, all of Orange County, all of Los Angeles County, all of San Bernardino County, all of Santa Barbara County and Ventura County, and half of Riverside County, which is the governing bodies of the diocese are the standing committee, and serves on fiduciary matters and tracks giving and budgets and audits and all those things. And then the diocesan council, which is convention when convention is not in session.
Okay, let's go in reverse order. How is diocesan council composed?
It's composed by elected members from the deaneries and also by people who run at large.
Diocesan convention?
Yes.
Are there any appointed members of diocesan council?
I think that there's a couple, but I'm not sure. I
Okay.
can't remember.
And how is the board of the corporation, the membership of the board of the corporation, the diocese comprised?
It's elected by convention
Are you its president?
of the corporation of the diocese, yes.
Okay. And how is the membership of the standing committee comprised?
They're elected by the diocesan convention. They're comprised of people from all walks of life, and they are basically a standalone organization.
Okay. How is the membership of the standing committee apportioned between lay and clergy members?
About 4 clergy members or 5 clergy members, I think it's 4, and then the rest are lay people.
Okay. Are they elected
The
in?
rest being how many?
Lay people, the total is 4 more, it's 8, and then when they call me in the room to answer questions, I sit at the table, but then I leave in 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. And majority of the standing committee?
Standing committee is to pass on ordinance, to sign consents, to deal with all the property issues that are passed on from the corporation of the diocese, to the standing committee. They make the final ultimate decisions.
And the standing committee is a body that is established under both the national canons and the diocesan canons, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we've heard testimony the last day and a half about the Bishop of the Diocese of Los Angeles as a corporation sole. Can you please provide the panel with some background on what corporation sole is and what its function in the diocese is?
Off the top of my head, according to Canon 30, it was mandated by the Diocesan Convention when we first started up, and in 1920, I don't know what, 20-something, 27, 26, 23, it was established. And Joseph Horsfall Johnson was the first Bishop of Los Angeles, then Bishop Stevens, then Bishop Rusak, then Bishop Borsch, and then myself as the corporation soles.
Okay. And does the bishop as corporation sole have any members other than the incumbent diocesan bishop?
No, it's a single-person corporation, but I was not comfortable with that, so I have an advisory staff that of members of this diocese who sit with me in confidence and help me decide what to do.
When corporation sole was first established, was that done at the direction of diocesan convention as it then existed?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The advisory board on Corp Sol, could you say some of who those people are? Just
Some
not
of them are
names, but
major
roles.
corporate executives who sit on the Diocesan Investment Trust, which holds most of the assets for Corp Sol. We have a Diocesan Investment Trust. We don't participate in a larger fund outside, and therefore, they're the ones dealing with the money and
So
help me.
it's lay leaders of the diocese of Los
Yes,
Angeles. Lay
yes,
leaders.
lay leaders. And staff members that I bring in to help me crunch the numbers.
As liaisons. to
Yeah.
that.
I would like to offer into evidence Exhibit 203. It's in your binders. It's a copy of the 1907 Articles of Incorporation of the Bishop of the Protestant Episcopal Church in Los Angeles. That is corporation sole. This is a copy of the document maintained in the records of the California Secretary of State. I believe it's subject to judicial notice as a result, and I ask that it be received.
I'm sorry, what exhibit number?
203.
Okay, no objection. Can't see what. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
No, it's not the report.
Now, if you can please tell the panel, Bishop Bruno, because again, there's been some commentary and testimony about this subject over the last day and a half. Do you have a chancellor or chancellors?
Yes, I have, with a diocese this size and the large landmass, I have bishops, chancellors, and I have 2 and 1 advisory chancellor now.
Okay.
Sorry, one more. Just,
Okay, sure.
with the chancellor, just so I understand, is the chancellor your chancellor? Is the chancellor?
There is not a diocesan chancellor, they're bishops' chancellors.
Yeah, no, different dioceses do it different.
Yeah.
Bishop Bruno, is based on the question that Bishop Knisley has just asked, is that defined in the Constitution of the Diocese of Los Angeles?
The number of chancellors?
No, that the chancellor is the bishop's chancellor.
Yes.
I would like then, in response to the question and answer, including that of Bishop Knisley, to offer into evidence Exhibit 202, which is a copy of the Constitution and canons of the Diocese of Los Angeles, and the provisions relating to the chancellor are contained in the Constitution. And in connection with your the bishop's chancellor and the vice chancellors. Does the number of vice chancellors vary from time to time?
It has in the past, depending upon workload.
Does it have, in addition, at times have to do with the areas of legal expertise of the individuals who are serving?
Yes, sir, it does.
On occasion, does the chancellor or one or more of the vice chancellors have particular primary assignments?
Yes, sir. Mr. Richard Zevnik is the chancellor who sits with the standing committee. He's been a former member of the standing committee and now sits as counsel and advice to the presidents of the standing committee. That's something I started elected because they were without.
So the standing committee is Mr. Zednik's client?
Yeah,
As well as the bishop?
as well as me.
And such other aspects or entities of the diocese whom the bishop asked me to provide services to.
Okay, just so, because my chancellor makes a big fuss about this. And I apparently is really.
Okay.
So the chancellor for the standing committee has the standing committee as a client, but also has the bishop as a client.
No, that's in my, I understand I'm giving testimony now, but that is, I'm a member of the bar. Times.
Don't go there.
I was first appointed a vice chancellor of the diocese in 2009 when my standing committee term expired. And this past September, I was appointed the bishop's chancellor, and I have continued to serve the standing committee since then as well.
Oh, all right. So
He's there, I placed him there so he could be their legal advice without me in the room. Okay.
I understand that.
Okay.
But it's fair to say you served both.
I do,
Thank you.
during the time period since late September to the present. Bishop Bruno, how many congregations and institutions are there approximately in the Diocese of Los Angeles at present?
At present, it's a floating number, but they started out with 140, and we've purged some, and we're very much in the process of always looking at congregations. It's probably 135 to 138 now, and there's 44 schools and 18 other institutions, including hospital, including an economic development corporation, a housing corporation, et cetera.
Thank you.
An adoption agency.
An immigration service agency
Oh,
as
and
well?
yes, IRIS, an immigration service that works in conjunction with migration ministries and with LARS, which is Lutheran Social Services, and in conjunction with the World Council of Churches.
What's the largest what's the largest church in the diocese?
They might fight about this, but All Saints Pasadena.
Approximately.
Sometimes there's 1,500 people in church on Sundays. Sometimes there's 2,000. Multiple services. It has English language, Spanish language, and high level of social justice.
Have you, during the time of your episcopate, found yourself in the position of combining congregations?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you please describe some examples of those combinations of congregations and when those have taken place?
Yes, there was a period of time in this diocese where churches were founded sort of willy-nilly, and it was in the 50s, 60s, or 70s, early 70s, when the booms in churches were taking place, and they went through the mission process of developing 50 members, et cetera, as is in our mission manual and canons. And the first one that I had to deal with in combining and stuff like that was Beaumont Banning. If you're going out of the diocese, it's the last churches on Highway 10. And they both had very small congregations. We went through a process with them, and it is now one congregation as Beaumont. That church was originally founded in the period of time when there were some issues about integration of churches, and so they started the second congregation, and then they were all rematriated to the same one body.
And as the process of the combination of those two congregations, was ultimately one of the two church properties deconsecrated?
Yes, and it was then sold.
Okay.
St. Agnes and Banning.
And let's provide a little bit more foundation going forward. Does Corporation Soul hold title to the properties of all the mission congregations in the Diocese of Los Angeles?
I'll be honest with you, I think that's true, but I think that there's also some that are held by the corporation of the diocese.
Thank you. And under the canons of the Diocese of Los Angeles, only parishes hold title to their church properties, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I have a question, please. Bishop Bruno, you gave us the largest congregation. Is there an average size of a Los Angeles parish?
Well, if you look at the national statistics, we run pretty much to the 100 and 150 in a congregation. And also there are some that are larger, like I see clergy out there in churches that are 300 and 400 and 500. But yes, I would say maybe not average, using the strict terms in arithmetic, but the majority of the congregations are 100, 150.
Thank you.
Bishop Bruno, what is your smallest congregation? Do you know?
Yes, I'm thinking about the name. 70 years old, you get a little. The smallest congregation we have, Trinity, on Melrose Boulevard.
And how large would you say? What would the ASA be?
The ASA would be about 100, but the what do you call it? The ability to support and things like that are not there.
So you would have 100 people on Sunday morning?
At 2 services usually, one English, one Spanish.
That's the smallest.
Yeah, I don't know of any others that are smaller. What we've done in the last few years is tried to put congregations together that would be coming to a critical mass so that they could support themselves. I really don't know if there are numbers-wise many smaller than that. But.
And are there some churches within the Diocese of Los Angeles that the diocese continues to support because of various forms of historical significance to the diocese?
Yes, we have continued to do that. The National Farm Workers Movement with Cesar Chavez and stuff like that started out of Epiphany in East Los Angeles, and Epiphany has a historical status in the city, but in addition to that, people like Dolores Huerta, who is a great community organizer and educator, were there, and we've assisted them so that they could grow and become a vital reflection of the history of the city of Los Angeles.
And in addition, with respect to that particular congregation, did the diocese have to expend significant monies in order to maintain and repair the physical facilities there?
Yes, Epiphany especially, because it was a historical building and it was falling off the foundation, and the diocese didn't expend those money, Corp Sol did.
And did that congregation have the financial ability to effect those repairs and fixes on its own?
No, sir.
Okay. Are there other similar churches that have historical significance within the diocese that receive support from the diocese, whether Corp Sol or the corporation of the diocese?
St. Luke of the Mountains, which is the architect, Seymour, Mr. Seymour, who was the great painter, who also did the drawings and stuff like that. It's what's known as something you guys don't have, I don't think, in any of your places, you folks. And it's river rock churches, where it literally rocks out of the riverbeds and were stacked on one another and cemented together, and not cut stones, just river rocks. That's one. Excuse me.
We have, not river rocks, ocean rocks.
Oh, well, depends on where you live.
Bishop Bruno, where is St. Luke's located?
In,
Because the members of the panel aren't familiar with
Okay, St.
the
Luke's is
topographical layout of Southern
in
California.
La Crescenta, on the hillsides in Glendale, La Crescenta area, just north of the city.
So in other words, the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains,
Right.
so there would be a lot of rock that had washed down over the course of the
Yeah.
centuries from the mountains. La Crescenta is perhaps, 20 miles west of where we're sitting now?
Yes.
Okay.
There's also, did you want me to
Please.
continue to name the
Please.
historical Trinity in Covina? And that's one of the churches where there was a split off from Trinity during the civil rights movement, and the people who went to and started St. Martha's didn't want to go to church with people of multiple ethnicities, and that was started. That church since has been brought back to a place of being rematriated again with Trinity, and it's become a thriving concern. Also, there's Rialto, which is an area east out the freeway, and in Rialto has been a thriving congregation forever, but they don't even have full-time clergy. It's a lay-led congregation who strive. And then next to them was Rancho Cucamonga, and some of the people at Rancho Cucamonga came to me and said, we want to talk to you about additional support and things like that. There was no additional support to give them, so that we arranged for them to take and go to Upland and carry a purse with them for the sale of the land that belonged to the diocese.
Okay, and when did this congregational combination?
Years ago.
Some sort of zoning issue with the Rancho Cucamonga property as well?
Yes, with the Rancho Cucamonga, very strange. The community was growing up around it rapidly, and there was equivalent to 11 parcels. Some of you will know about the agricultural exemption that allows a place to have fruit trees and fields on it and stuff like that. Well, prior to my time, somebody went in and cut down all the citrus groves, and immediately the 11 parcels that the church was sitting on then became taxable at maximum tax rate.
Was that part of the reason why the Rancho Cucamonga congregation was not capable of being self-supporting?
Yes, that, and that there was a conditional use permit granted for a temporary building on that site back when they first started under Bishop Rusak, and it lapsed, and the city never came to us and said that, we didn't even know in the files, but then the city came to us and said, this conditional use permit has lapsed. Do something about it.
I'm going to shift gears a little bit, Bishop Bruno, now. When you became bishop and you began to learn about the finances of the diocese, did you come to learn that the Mission Share Fund was in effect not a real budget?
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you please explain what you discovered and what steps you had to take as the result of what you learned?
When I took over from my boss, Bishop Borsch, I found that there was some cleanup needed, and this was no fault of Bishop Borsch's. It had been ignored for so long. Some cleanup needed when it came to audits and tracking of property. In doing that, I started working to settle property issues and settle other things. The nasty old businessman in me came up out of the ground and grabbed me by the throat and said, "You got to get this fixed." The budget of the diocese, that's all preface to what you just asked me. The budget of the diocese was at that time $2.5–3 million. And we started doing other activities and it started growing rapidly, the budget. But the budget needed subsidy, and the subsidy came from Corp Sol and independent fundraising.
Was part of the process of addressing the things you discovered in the Mission Share budget also a process of making sure that Diocesan Convention was adequately and accurately informed as to what the actual costs of the diocese were?
Yes. And the way that worked is we actually exposed the entire budget. At that time, when I first took, before I took over, there was an assessment in this diocese, and I was stewardship and development officer at that time, even though I was working in another profession at the same time. And we were very much aware that that assessment carried us on really well. We were doing very well, and at 21 to 26% assessments. Then by action of the bishop and the council at that time, they went to a voluntary giving overnight to 10%. That was going to be the flat. Well, the problem with the voluntary giving in 1996, I think it was. And that made everybody acutely aware of the fact that we... Bishop. Oh yeah, I was stewardship and development person, so, and provost of the cathedral at the time.
Now let's skip forward in time a little bit. In August 2004, did you learn that 4 parishes of the diocese had voted to disaffiliate from the church?
It was an interesting day. Yes, I did learn that, and it was an interesting day because I've for years ridden the Harley Davidson in my off hours, and when I pulled into the side yard of my house, and my wife was standing in the garage knowing I was on my Harley, which never happened because I had been, it's been strongly suggested to me that I not ride it. Anyway, we got to the point where I got off the bike and I said, "What's wrong?" And she said, "You need to call David immediately." And it was Friday, my scheduled day off, and I called David and went into the office because 3 of 4 churches had disaffiliated with the Episcopal Diocese. I immediately had them contacted and asked them to come back in the afternoon and we'd talk about it. And they said no, they had done it, and that's all there was to it. And then the fourth church, which is St. David's North Hollywood, under the leadership of Father Jose Posch, he came in a couple days later and disaffiliated, and he brought his warden, and we talked about it, and they disaffiliated.
Okay. And what were the three congregations that you learned about on that Friday afternoon that had disaffiliated?
St. James, Newport Beach, All Saints, Long Beach, and La Crescenta.
St. Luke's of
St.
the
Luke's,
Mountains?
La Crescenta.
And after you learned, strike that, let's go back a question. What was the reason given to you by them for their votes to disaffiliate?
It had to do with the fact that the ordination of Gene Robinson had taken place, and that I had the audacity to have a service of blessing of a same-sex union of Malcolm Boyd and Mark Thompson, one member of my staff, Malcolm Boyd, and another person, and I did that. We could have had a couple ordinations at the same time. There were so many bishops there.
Okay. And after you learned of the disaffiliations, what did you do in response?
We started working on a plan to regain the properties and talk about it. I went to the corporation of the diocese at that time and said, what are we going to do? And the corporation says, we don't have the money to fight this, and we'd like Corp Sol to pick it up. And so that's what I did. When I consulted with the National Church, the presiding bishop, Frank Griswold, and his chancellor, David Beers, suggested we should let him go.
Did the Diocese of Los Angeles ultimately file civil actions seeking to recover those four properties?
Yes, we did. And it took almost a 9-year period.
Okay. Did the Diocese of Los Angeles receive any financial assistance from the National Church with respect to the property recovery litigation?
No, sir.
Okay. Did the National Church, however, ultimately become a party to those actions to enforce its trust interest under the Dennis Canon?
Yes, I remember the conversation very well, because we needed them to be participating with us in the actions, and we met with them and they agreed.
And did the Diocese of Los Angeles refrain from filing suit after the issue of funding of that litigation had been resolved?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Excuse me. I was thinking about that, because that was resolved within the next month, all of it, boom, 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 when the corporation said they didn't have it, and then I retained attorneys to take care of it.
Okay. And
Can I ask you a question, please?
yes.
Surely, sir.
Explain to me where Corp Sol gets its funds from.
All sorts of places, bequests, personal fundraising on the part of myself and other people, trying to bring dollars into the system by the gifts of people like St. James, Newport, ACNA, gave me a piece of property in Copper Mountain because they couldn't find anything to do with it. And so we had retained that property, and that's now providing some income. There's other things that the income comes from fundraising and from gifts and bequests over the years.
When there's property sold by the corporation, do those funds ever go into Corp Sol?
No, sir. Right now, we have a process like that. The place where my two youngest children were baptized in Burbank when I was a Burbank police officer. They came to me after limping since the ACNA time and said that they would like to give the property back, and I went to Corporation of the Diocese and said, here's this property, and that's in the process of being sold to provide them with, I think, almost $5 million in reserves.
I'm sorry. Question, does Corp Sol have endowments?
Yes.
And those endowments generate how much income a year?
I couldn't tell you. You'd have to ask the
Millions of
CFO.
dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars?
Hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe million.
Okay.
And Corp Sol is a separate 501c3 from the Corporation of the Diocese, or is it the same umbrella?
No, it's not the same umbrella. It's a separate standalone corporation with one member.
A nonprofit corporation?
Yes,
Incorporated in the state of
California.
Thank you.
They started with all the Roman churches here and all the other dioceses in California. There's 3 of them that have Corp Sols.
Thank you.
Did you say something, sir? I'm sorry.
No, I just said continue, Mr. Zedman.
I thought you were asking a question.
Given your description of the size and complexity of the diocese, the 2 significant corporations that hold its properties, is it necessary for you to discharge your duties as the bishop of the diocese through your staff?
Yes, through my assisting bishops and my suffragan bishop and the diocesan staff.
Okay, and who are the principal members of your staff at the diocese?
There's the suffragan bishop, who is standalone, Diane Jardine Bruce. There's David Tumulty, who is the chief of staff or the chief operations officer. Mr. Ted Forbath, who is the chief financial officer. Ms. Annalyn Collado, who's the personnel and insurance representative. Ms. Claire Zavala, who is Zavala Bongo, excuse me. I get told by her husband all the time, remember, she's got a last name. She does missions and other miscellaneous things. Mrs. Janet Wiley, Canon Wiley, who's Secretary of Convention. Ms. Gail Arkidi, who is, the executive assistant to the executive for operations, myself, and whoever else needs somebody to work.
Okay. Does the finance department under Mr. Forbath have a number of employees?
Yes, it has 7 members, I think, last time I looked, but I got to be honest with you, that's Ted's bailiwick.
Now, we all know about some of the financial gyrations the United States economy has undergone since 2008. Have those ups and downs had an effect on the size of diocesan staff?
That's stayed pretty much stable except by attrition. People on diocesan compared it to 40.
Okay.
They all paid?
40 of them, yes?
40, so 110, 40 of whom paid.
No, there were 110 paid.
Thanks.
And I looked at that and I said, we can't do that. We'd come into the computer age, and I was the first person to bring a computer into the diocesan offices back when I was stewardship and development officer, because it was just too big a job.
So has part of this, to use a commonly understood term, part of what has taken place in the diocese and in your episcopate has been modernization of the diocesan staff and its systems?
Yes. before we, I think it's important to note that before Bishop Borsch got here, we were in a 3-story building on 4th Street in downtown Los Angeles. Got here, they had sold that, and when they sold it in an attempt to retool and crank up, I was rector of St. Athanasius and St. Paul's, and went to Bishop Borsch and said, you're looking for a place to build a diocese cathedral and diocesan office building, and our vestry would like to offer you our property.
Okay, and is that the existing cathedral center on Echo Park Avenue?
Yes, it was finished in 1992. It's 9,000 square feet of building and parking.
Given the size and complexity of the Diocese of Los Angeles, and the need for you to rely on your staff to accomplish your goals as bishop,
Yes.
okay, could you please explain your practices in that regard?
Yes. What I do is, to my wife's chagrin, wake up very early and start going through my emails on my device, either the pad or this one. And then I mark things for Gail Urquidi, who is my executive assistant, to print up and for us to talk about. And then I mark other things by forwarding them to an individual party to take care of those emails and in their area of expertise and in their area of responsibility.
Okay. And do you have regularly individual members of your executive staff, for example?
Yes, on Wednesday mornings.
Okay. Do you have regularly scheduled meetings with individual members of your executive staff?
Yes, daily, some of them.
Okay. And do you also communicate regularly, if not daily, with Ms. Urquidi in terms of direction to her in terms of things that you would like to see done?
Yes, that's true, I do. But in addition to the people I named before, Canon Joanna Sartorius and Deacon Charlene Crane are members of the staff also, and I was remiss in talking about that. And Father Tom is also a member of that group, and I meet with them almost daily about deployment issues and about ordination issues.
Thank you. Yeah, you mentioned before that one of the functions of the standing committee under the canons involves participation in the ordination process. What is the role of the standing committee in the ordination process?
The standing committee is the ultimate authority when it comes to whether to do it. They enter the process, they come through a discernment committee in their parish, the rector and wardens, and bring the candidate to me, and we have an extensive interview and talk about that. There are psychological tests and all those things. And then when that's all done, then they're passed off to the Commission on Ministry, what used to be called in my day BACM, Bishop's Advisory Commission on Ministry, but now it's the discernment portion of the Commission on Ministry. And they are interviewed, and it's decided whether or not they'll move forward. If the person goes through all the seminary education and everything that's necessary, then they're moved to a place in that of candidacy, and if they are approved by the Commission on Ministry, then they're passed off to the standing committee who makes the decision whether or not they're going to be ordained.
Mr. Zednik, I think there's probably enough experienced lay and Episcopal up here that we understand how
Okay,
the
thank you.
process for ordination works. Fair enough? Thank you.
I was asked a question. I
You
had
were.
that. Yeah.
Well,
It's direct.
each
Mr. Zednik.
diocese may handle things in slightly different ways, so I wanted to make sure that the panel understood how it's been done in the Diocese of Los Angeles under Bishop Bruno. In your role as Bishop of the Diocese of Los Angeles, with your oversight over the ordination process, did you come to know Reverend Voorhees?
Yes, I did.
And this was prior to the time of her ordination?
Yes.
And did you have a conversation with Reverend Voorhees during that time period?
I had a bunch of conversations. One's about all sorts of things because she was an active.
Did one of those conversations about her expressing to you that she was considering dropping out of the process?
Yes,
Okay,
that happened.
Could you please describe what took?
The fact that the hoops were too many, and I suggested, since she was very close to the end of that process, that she not do that.
And did she ultimately become ordained?
Yes, she did.
Now, you mentioned earlier that the litigation to recover the properties from the four disaffiliating parishes took quite a long time to be resolved. Initially, at the trial court level, was there an adverse ruling against the diocese by the Orange County Superior Court which granted the defendant disaffiliate? Does the panel wish to have explained what a slap motion is?
Yeah, this one does.
Okay, a slap motion is a shorthand abbreviation for what, under the California Code of Civil Procedure, is formally titled a special motion to strike. And SLAP is an acronym for Strategic Lawsuit Against Public Participation. And it was enacted in part because in a frequent factual scenario that gave rise to it is that various citizen advocacy groups would engage in advocacy and or sometimes litigation to attempt to forestall or prevent development activities by developers. And so sometimes what the developers would do is they would sue first to quell the public participation, hence strategic lawsuit against public participation. And there are elements, legal elements, to be satisfied by a defendant who's bringing a slap motion against the plaintiff in an action. They involve whether the advocacy in which they're engaging involves a public issue. There are other elements. And if the slap motion is granted in favor of the moving defendant, the action is dismissed as to the plaintiff who brought the action. In addition, if a slap motion is filed in response to a complaint, no discovery, no interrogatories, no written discovery, no depositions can be taken until the slap motion is ruled on. And in this particular case, the Orange County Superior Court granted the disaffiliating defendant congregation's slap motion against the suits brought by the diocese. And so I'll return to leading the bishop through the narrative. And did the diocese then appeal to the 4th District Court of Appeal the dismissal of its suits?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And ultimately, did the 4th District Court of Appeal and court's ruling?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And at that time, did the disaffiliating congregations file a petition for review in the California Supreme Court?
Yes, they did.
And did the California Supreme Court then grant review and accept the matter on the merits?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And in the fall of 2008, strike that. Let's go back to the Court of Appeal hearing in Santa Ana. Do you recall attending that hearing on the diocese's appeal from the trial court's ruling?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall who attended on behalf of the diocese?
On behalf of the diocese, I was there, Mr. Tumulty was there, you were there, Mr. John Shiner was there, and I can't remember who else.
And who is Mr. Shiner?
Mr. Shiner was the attorney litigating it and one of my chancellors.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge Andy Guilford was there, a member of the
At
federal
least
court.
for a portion of the time?
Yes,
Did Judge Guilford have to leave before the hearing actually began?
yes,
Thank you. Do you know the reason why?
yeah. There were so many people going through the magnetometer setting it off that that he had to go to get out before he got caught up in that mess.
Did Reverend Voorhees attend that hearing?
Not to my knowledge.
And going back to the hearing before the California Supreme Court, where did that in the fall of 2008, where did that take place?
I believe it was Cal State San Bernardino's Palm Desert campus. It was in this state to get community participation.
Was attend that hearing in Palm Desert?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who some of those persons were?
You and David and Ann and Tumulty and some other people, but I don't remember.
Did Reverend Voorhees attend that hearing?
No.
In January 2000, uphold the ruling of the 4th District Court of Appeal.
Yes.
But the ultimate result of that ruling by the California Supreme Court was that the matter had to return to Orange County Superior Court?
In the state of California, when the Supreme Court decides something for putting it into action or whatever they call that, it has to go back to the Superior Court.
And is it your understanding and your recall that given the manner in which the case had proceeded? Thank you. And is that part of the reason why then it took so long after January 2009 for the cases to be finally resolved?
Yes.
Us have, and what was,
Me wanting, I was confused by some of that to do when we got the properties back.
okay, offer me some of your thoughts about,
It was the intent from all that time that those properties would be put on the market so that they could replace the money to the funds from which it was taken to win the properties back.
did I provide a caution to you in that conversation?
Yes, and I'd fib to you if I told you what it was. You provide lots of cautions to me.
I'll wait until I'm on the stand.
Just so I'm clear, when was this conversation?
It was in November 2008, before one of the
2008.
before one of the South Orange County pre-convention deanery assembly meetings. 12, beginning of 2013. Did you attend a Okay. And if you recall, which portion of the court facilities did those hearings take place in?
Yeah, in temporary buildings, bungalows.
Okay, those are the one-story buildings at the corner of Santa Ana Boulevard and Flower Street?
Yes.
Okay. And who attended those hearings?
Many members of the chancellors, David Tumulty, Canon Cindy Voorhees.
Okay. Bishop Bruce?
Yes, definitely.
Bishop Glasspool?
Don't remember, maybe.
Okay. And did you engage in conversations with Reverend Voorhees at some of these hearings?
Yes.
And what was the content of those conversations?
Cindy repeatedly told me that she had a high investment in the building and she wanted to restart it.
Which building?
St. James, Newport Beach.
Okay. And where and when did these conversations take place, if you recall?
In the hallway, walking to the car.
Okay. Did any of those conversations take place, for example, in a separate conference room
Across the hall
corridor?
from the court itself, we would sit in there, all of us together.
Were these conversations, if you know, were any of these conversations overheard by others?
I have no idea.
Okay. And what did you respond to Reverend Voorhees with respect to her request for the opportunity to try to start a congregation at the St. James property?
From the beginning, I said I wasn't sure, and I thought I might do what I'd done with the other 2 properties and liquidate that to replace money.
Question for clarification. Bishop, as early as 2008, you
I'm
were already...
sorry, Bishop Smith, I can't, my ear is not good.
As early as 2008, if I understand correctly, you were already talking about selling the properties that you were fighting to recover? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
So the motivation was just to stop others from doing that?
No, that wasn't the motivation. The motivation was returning $9 million to the coffers of the Corp Sol and other agencies.
Okay. I guess that's what I'm not understanding. Spending the money to not recover to recover the properties, it's confusing to me. So you never...
Would you like me to clarify?
Please.
Okay. The clarification is that precedents were being set. At the House of Bishops meeting in Spokane, Washington, when Bishop Jim Waggoner hosted us, and we were there with Bishop Frank Griswold, I presented a brief to the House, or to the presiding bishop, who asked me not to present it to the House for setting a precedent to try to stop Bishop Benitez and some other people from assisting in the participation in...
So is it fair to say that it was about preventing?
I don't understand.
It was not a missionary decision.
It was a missionary decision because of the fact that when precedents are set in church cases like this, it opens up the possibility of other congregations leaving the Episcopal Church and taking their property with them.
So it was what, a protection?
Yes.
Thank you.
I just have one question, Bishop, just to kind of clarify for me.
Sure.
Did the congregations who were left behind, because we know there was a split, and with some they stayed behind, did they understand also what your thought process was?
Yes, ma'am. They entered in the actions with me, as because in the state of California I can't do that alone, but there had to be members of the congregations who entered into that action with me.
And they knew then that you were thinking about, once recovering, then selling the properties in order to recoup the monies that had been spent.
Yes, ma'am. In this diocese, we're property rich and cash poor.
Okay, thank you.
I think we need a recess at this point.
Okay.
Been at it for a while. Let's take 10 minutes of recess.
Is it okay if I don't move, sir?
What's that?
Is it okay?
Absolutely. Yeah. Let's adjourn it to the
Focus on who's not, on what's happening. All right.
Somebody likes refrigerators
It got
around
colder
here.
while we were there.
I know. I've been sitting up here and said, oh, I need to run
Maybe it's
upstairs
just-
and get my jacket.
I'm hoping that's what it is.
Oh, gosh.
We'll bring a comforter.
Yeah. You know what?
Before we continue, the hearing panel would appreciate knowing the ASA and size of the smallest congregation in the diocese, and the name of the congregation. And you may not have that statistic.
The person who does is right here.
Right. Well, what I would ask is that at some point it be reported either from you or one of your attorneys. Okay? To report it to us. is what I mean. Thank you.
Do you want me to ask her now? Or?
That's okay. Mr. Zebnik?
Just writing myself a note with respect
Yes,
to your
thank you.
question. Bishop Bruno, I'd like to back you up and give you the opportunity to correct a small detail of your testimony. Is St. Clements and San Clemente not the southernmost congregation in the diocese in Orange County?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And it's what, about 6 miles south of San Juan Capistrano?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. On the coast, you never know.
Bishop Bruno, in early 2009, after the California Supreme Court had issued its decision in the cases, did you have occasion to have a telephone conversation with presiding Bishop Shorey and David Beers?
Yes.
Can you please tell the panel what the subject matter of that conversation was and what you said and what they said?
As near as I can remember, it was about liquidation of the properties and the fact about not selling them to the Anglican Church in North America for 5 years.
Okay. Other than that expressed limitation on your disposition of the properties, did the presiding bishop and/or David Beers express or suggest any other limitation on your discretion to dispose of those 4 properties?
No.
So that you believe that after you had that conversation, canonical requirements that
Objection leading. And it calls for his thought process that may not have been expressed the way it's phrased. I
Thank
didn't
you.
make the hearsay objection, but this is going pretty
Overruled.
far.
Yeah, thank you.
Was it your impression at the time that from that conversation with the presiding bishop and David Beers that you could dispose of those properties upon their ultimate recovery in what you believe to be the best interests of the diocese, subject to any canonical requirements?
Yes, it was basically the missionary purposes of the diocese was the driving force behind that.
Did you have occasion to report the occurrence and the content of that conversation to the standing committee?
They knew about that conversation, yes.
I have a question. Bishop Bruno, earlier the church attorney presented a witness who spoke about the St. James the Great Trust Fund, and if you had been able to recoup $15 million, it was to go into a trust fund. Is that correct?
$6.5 million was to go into the Poor and Needy Fund. The remainder was to go into a fund that I was going to name St. James Trust Fund for the care of missionary purposes in the diocese, so that it wouldn't be squandered.
Thank you.
That was my suggestion.
Bishop Bruno, are there a number of areas in the diocese that you believe are underserved? Are there areas where congregations need greater resources?
Oh, yes. As for church buildings, no, but as for resources, yes.
Yeah, and were those needs your intent with respect to the use of proceeds if the sale had been consummated?
Yes.
Heard testimony yesterday and today about you being director of mission congregations. Are you, under the canons, are you deemed director of mission congregations?
Yes.
Okay. How many mission congregations are there in the diocese?
I would be guessing in excess of 30.
And are these mission congregations distributed throughout the length and breadth of the diocese?
Absolutely.
Okay. So that while you are rector of...
I have another question. In respect to mission congregations, we also heard testimony about St. James the Great having, seat and voice at your diocesan convention in 2 years, and I believe 2015 not being part of convention. Would you help us understand that?
They were a forming congregation, Luke's, to build up the process in the missions manual.
Can I ask a question about?
Sure.
As chair, there's usually one omnibus resolution at the beginning, give voice but not vote to seminarians, yada, yada, yada.
Yeah.
Were they included in an omnibus thing like that, or did convention affirmatively agree to give them seat and voice or without having standing?
I'd have to refer to the journal, but the fact of life is, I think they did. I mean, you know, they didn't have.
That would be really helpful to know.
Okay.
So I've asked Mr. Zednick, just to see the minutes of a couple of those conventions. Thank you.
Sure.
Do you depend on members of your staff to assist you with respect to administration of mission congregations in the diocese that exist, and given how far-flung they are within the diocese?
Absolutely.
And who are those staff members who assist you in that regard?
Well, the primary liaison to the missions is Claire Zabalabango, and the finance staff and David Tumulty, and then Kelly Grace Kurtz, the Reverend Canon Kelly Grace Kurtz.
Okay. And can you please explain Reverend Kurtz's role in this?
Canon Kurtz's role is that she is to me how much money is to be sent to each of them.
Okay. And does the program group on mission congregations have certain protocols in place with respect to mission congregations applying for grants?
Yes, they do, and they have a pro forma that they've built and done that the first 4 years of my ministry here back in the diocese, that was done totally out of the bishop's office, but I asked to form a committee on missions, program group on missions.
Now, the property recovery litigation started to come to a conclusion in 2013, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did Reverend Voorhees during that time period continue to present you with requests to be given an opportunity to start a congregation at the St. James property?
Yes.
Okay. Let me back up just a little bit and seek some clarification from you. You mentioned how members of the non-disaffiliating members of the congregations in question had to be nominal parties in the property recovery litigation. Had those congregations ceased to exist as functional congregations in the course of the property recovery litigation?
Yes, and most of the people in those congregations went to different Episcopal churches in the area, and as the Connollys going to Corona Del Mar and things like that. And then there were individuals that were named in the lawsuit side by side with me.
Okay. Sorry. When those congregations ceased to be congregations, as you say, when they were no longer, was there ever an action by standing committee or convention that noted that?
No, we didn't cease them as congregations. What we did is there was no clergy available to them and stuff like that, and so we had them go to other congregations to be served pastorally. And in the process, the litigation had to keep those congregations open in that respect.
So the congregations were kept open as
As a legal entity.
status, but they were, so there was never any formal action by convention or standing committee to dissolve those congregations?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
That's why the individual cases had to have somebody named from the congregation.
Is that why you asked, as we heard earlier, for members of St. James to not move their letters?
Well, that's not exactly what I asked, but I have to admit that Dan and Betty Connolly were two of the most formative driving forces in my life as I proceeded to ordination. And I didn't want them to be upset anymore, but I said, just leave your name there. You don't have to become a member of St. Michael and All Angels. It was a pastoral action.
Bishop Bruno, ultimately, after a number of rulings in Orange County Superior Court adverse to the disaffiliating St. James Anglican congregation, did that matter conclude with a settlement of some remaining outstanding issues?
Yes, it did, with reference to all the congregations.
Okay. And in connection with that ultimate settlement, did they agree to dismiss their then pending appeals from the adverse ruling in Superior Court? Part of that settlement, were there meetings and negotiations, the value of personal property that would be returned to the Diocese of Los Angeles in terms of what had been diocesan property as of the date of the disaffiliation?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And did the diocese receive payment pursuant to that settlement agreement of a certain amount of funds from the former St. James Anglican congregation?
Yes.
Okay. If you recall, was any decision made at the time that settlement agreement had been entered into with respect to the use of those funds that were recovered?
No, we gave them back to the congregation that was forming
Okay, so by the time of that settlement and the receipt of those funds, you had already decided to let Reverend Voorhees attempt to start a congregation there?
That came a little bit later, but part of the negotiation is that
Okay. This is not the amount of those funds roughly?
around $60,000.
Okay, thank you.
Memory test.
Just, to complete the narrative, at what point during this process in 2013 did you decide to allow Reverend Voorhees to attempt to start a congregation at the Lido Isle property?
As a matter of fact, one of the things that was put up as an exhibit before, where she and Bennett wrote me and suggesting that I think that was the tipping point, and I had confidence in Cindy, and I, obviously saw that the Bennetts were supporting her, and we'd give it a shot. I mean, that's not a good theological term. We'd make an opportunity for it to become. You have to understand, I have an Italian father.
In your discussions with Reverend Voorhees, in which you informed her that you were going to allow her to make this attempt to start a congregation there, did that agreement involve any conditions on your part?
That I'd give her as much help as I could, and I did that.
Okay. For example, was part of your agreement with her was that she would be non-stipendiary?
Yes, that she would be non-stipendiary, and she told me she'd give me at least 2 years that way.
Okay. And at the time you agreed to allow her to start a congregation there, did you have an approximate timeline on which you were going to evaluate the progress of growth and make an ultimate determination?
I don't know if I had a timeline, but I had desire to see the reports that I was given regularly, and when you have Ms. Bongo on the stand, she can tell you I asked her every month about where those were.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit.
Before we get too far away from that, the conversation with Reverend Voorhees, Canon Voorhees, was there a letter of agreement executed when that ministry began?
I don't believe so.
Is that normally the process when it
In a forming congregation that's non-stipendiary, there isn't specifically.
So there was never anything laid out in writing?
No,
It was
it's-
non-stip and 2 years expectations?
In writing, no.
And when you were testifying earlier regarding the program group on mission congregations and Ms. Balabongo's role as the coordinator for mission congregations, is that in connection with what we've seen as Exhibit 3, a theology of mission in terms of expectations of forming and mission congregations in terms of financial and other reporting?
Yes, 17 years ago, having been involved in development of missions and stuff like that, Michael Cunningham, the Reverend Michael Cunningham, and I and a committee sat down and put that together so that I would have guidelines to give people.
And as part of your conversations with Reverend Voorhees regarding your allowing her to attempt to restart, were there any express conversations between you and she regarding that she would need to function with usual diocesan
Theology of mission, and that was the expectation that the diocese and theology.
And that's all a verbal agreement?
No,
That conversation?
it's not a verbal of Mongo's. I think you have a
Yeah,
copy.
no, I'm trying to understand when Canon Voorhees goes into this congregation with your support at that time, and there was no letter of agreement executed. But so this was a verbal conversation about expectations?
Yes, it was a verbal conversation in which we laid out the possibilities for the future.
Were there any notes from that conversation?
Not other than what Cindy and I talked about in meetings before I did this. I had been approached no less than 5 times by Cindy saying she wanted to do this, and I wanted to give her a chance.
Did you
Excuse me, Canon Voorhees. I apologize.
Did you make it a condition for Reverend Voorhees that she needed to have lay involvement in the startup congregation?
Yes, and that's when I said in the process of forming the place, forming the congregation, that I wanted her to have at least a senior warden and a co-senior warden to help her through that, or bishop's warden, to help her through the development of that process.
We've heard over the past, initially that was...
Yes.
Okay. And there has been some conflicting testimony as to whose idea the co-warden concept was. What is your recall of that?
It was my idea that we would do that and have co-wardens. One, Bruce's health, and the fact of life is that one person can't do that job. Canon Cindy couldn't do the job by herself. With Bruce Bennett, it was a developing situation constantly, and there needed to be some support.
We've heard testimony over the last day and a half that the first that the Bennetts heard of the co-warden concept was a meeting shortly before the inaugural service at St. James on October 6, 2013. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That's not my recollection. Cindy and I had been talking, Canon Voorhees and I had been talking about it, and that's when we affirmed the decision because they'd already been acting in that capacity.
Okay, we've heard testimony that regarding the diocese announcement that a new congregation would be started at the St. James property. Did you have involvement in the drafting and publication of those announcements?
Yes.
Okay. Who assisted you in the preparation and
My
publication?
communications officer and the staff.
That's Mr. Williams?
Yes.
And we've heard testimony from a number of witnesses about your remarks at the inaugural service on October 2013, and in fact, transcript or the content of a portion of them was published by the diocese. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In making the remarks that you made, what was your intent in terms of the tenor and tone and substance of what you said in those opening remarks?
As any pastor or proclaimer of the gospel, it was my intent to encourage people to do their best to...
Including going back into 2012 when Reverend Voorhees was attending court hearings at Orange County Superior Court. Did you say to her in the context of any of those conversations that you had not made a final decision with respect to the ultimate disposition of the St. James property?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you tell her?
I told her that I wasn't sure. We didn't have the resources to pour into the congregation, but we would do our best and see what came of it.
Sorry, I just want to understand that.
Yes, Bishop.
So you didn't actually explicitly say the selling was a possibility. You're saying we're going to do the best we could, but the resources that you had available to support the organizing congregation were not limitless.
Yes, but with reference to the selling part of that question, the selling part of the question, the precedent had been set by the fact that these were extraneous, not extraneous, they were redundant congregations in that area, in each of the 4 areas. St. David's, North Hollywood, there's Coldwater Canyon and Van Nuys on both sides of it. And down here, there's Corona Del Mar, St. John's, Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach.
No, I think what I sort of wanting to ask was explicitly, you hadn't said we were going to sell, that the possibility was to sell.
It was a possibility, but I didn't ever say that, period, at that meeting. You're talking about the 6th, right?
The meeting you're just referring to.
Yeah.
Conversation you're referring to.
I was trying to encourage the congregation to make a miracle.
Please, it's not appropriate to speak out. Continue, Mrs. Edmond.
Now, the congregation was started on October 6, 2013. And during that and through the end of 2013, did you ever add up the total amount of monies that were spent by the corporation, the diocese, and Corp Sol in connection with getting St. James the Great off the ground?
In 2013, did I ever add them up?
Yes, correct.
That was the beginning of it, and that first year, there was a $60,000 grant. There was approximately $63,000 that came back from the old St. James going to them. There was 100 and some odd thousand from the corporation. Came to about $237,000.
Okay, thank you. In late 2013, did Reverend Voorhees submit a request to the board of the corporation, the diocese, for a mission development grant for calendar year 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And did that come through the program group on mission congregations?
It was presented by Canon Voorhees at the corporation of the diocese.
Is that unusual in your experience as Bishop of Diocese of Los Angeles?
They're usually put through the program group on missions. Maybe it was me thinking, and I'm just guessing here, maybe it was
Don't
me
guess.
thinking that, don't guess?
Don't guess. If you don't recall, if you
I
don't
don't
have a
recall.
clear recall. And indeed, did the board of the corporation of the diocese vote to grant, agree to the amount of funds that Reverend Voorhees was requesting in that application?
Yes.
Okay. And during calendar year 2014, did the congregation, St. James the Great, receive other contributions to its budget from Corp Sol?
Yes, but I can't recall what they were. I know that if you ask Ted or David, they'll be able to.
Well, let's just give, for example,
Well,
was
he
there,
said he can't, and there's other people who can do it accurately. I object to the leading nature of something like this.
I'm going to ask questions that may prompt the witnesses' recall
Okay.
without leading. Was there, and was title to that rectory property returned to the Diocese of Los Angeles at the conclusion of the property recovery litigation?
No.
Okay. When did title come back?
The title came back when the litigations were done and when the transfer of the property in total, the parking lots, the church, and the rectory.
Okay. And if you know, and if you don't, that's fine, we can ask another witness. Was the income from the rectory deemed to be income to the diocese?
No, it was.
Rental income.
It was rental income going to the congregation.
Okay. But that was a decision, was that a decision by you to allow that income to go to the congregation?
Yes, since it was a property owned by Corp Sol, I designated it to give them a leg up and a boost.
Thank you. In connection with the rectory, did you have a conversation with Reverend Voorhees at or about the time of the startup about whether she would be using the rectory?
We had a conversation, but it was obvious that wasn't going to, and they needed the income more.
Now, I believe you testified earlier this afternoon that you regularly inquired of Claire Zabalabongo reports from St. James the Great.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you recall how frequently those conversations with Ms. Bongo took place?
Usually once a month when I was going over the mission grants and things like that. And I have to be honest with you, I acted on the information I had in making all my decisions that were in our hands from the finance office.
And what did Ms. Bongo respond to you when you made these inquiries of her?
She said that they were working on them.
By they, to whom are you referring?
The congregation and Canon Voorhees.
In or about, strike that. Did you meet with Reverend Voorhees regularly before or after any regularly scheduled meetings of entities of the diocese during the 2013-2014?
We had 5 to 10 minutes before or after, as she requested.
Before or after which meetings?
I made myself accessible for those periods of time.
Found them. And you were here and you heard that testimony. Do you agree with Reverend Voorhees' testimony regarding her keeping you informed about the status and progress of the St. James the Great congregation during those meetings?
She told me anecdotally what was going on, and the fact of life is she was keeping me informed, but as any person who's been a clergy person, out the door comments sometimes aren't retained as properly as they should be.
Okay. Did those conversations include any statements by her to you regarding the financial status of the congregation?
I can't recall.
Okay. In the summer of 2014, did the St. James the Great congregation submit an application for a mission development grant to the Board of the Corporation, the Diocese, for a grant for calendar year 2015?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the Board of the Corporation, the Diocese, consider and vote on a mission development grant to the congregation of St. James the Great for calendar year 2015?
I believe so.
Okay. And did it agree to provide a mission development grant to the St. James the Great congregation?
I believe so.
Okay. And if you know, did that request for a mission development grant that the Board of the Corporation, the Diocese, approved, was that submitted to the board through the program group on mission congregations?
No, it was submitted directly to the board, as I understand. I think we had an exhibit that showed that.
Now, during the course of 2013 and 2014, did you come to know that offers to purchase the Lido Isle property had been received by the diocese?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know approximately how many those were?
There were 2 or 3, and one was for below assessed evaluation, one was for the assessed evaluation, one was for a little more than the assessed evaluation.
Okay. And you said assessed valuation of the property. What are you basing those comments on? Was an appraisal performed of the property?
An appraisal was performed on the property, and I think came back at $7.9 million.
Okay. Do you know approximately when that occurred?
No, sir.
Okay. During 2013 and 2014, was the diocese actively marketing the Lido Island property?
No, sir.
During 2015, was the diocese actively marketing
No,
the
sir.
Lido Island property? You spoke about receiving, I believe it was 3 unsolicited offers in 2013 and 2014 to purchase the property. Did you inform Reverend Voorhees of those unsolicited offers?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
Because it wasn't the decision to do it, because I wasn't going to take the offers at that time.
Now, we've heard testimony regarding you entering into a contract in early April 2015 to sell the Lido Island property for a $15 million all-cash offer. Please describe how that all came about.
I got a call and was asked by Mr. Cushman if I would consider an offer for $15 million on that property.
Okay, and who's Mr. Cushman?
Cushman Wakefield Realty, John Cushman, he's a parishioner in this diocese.
Okay. And had you known Mr. Cushman for some time?
For about 30 years.
Bishop Bruno, previous to that call, had you had anyone mention to you at all anything about that property in regard to selling in a similar price range?
Not in a similar price range, just as I said, there was one for around $7 million. I mean, it was appraised at 7.9, there was one for 5, and there was one for 8 something.
Now, Reverend Voorhees has testified to 2 conversations in meetings with you in February or March 2015, and in the first of which she testified that you asked her if she were to sell either of the 2 Newport Beach Church properties, St. Michael and All Angels, or St. James the Great, which would you do? Do you have any recall of such a meeting ever taking place?
I do not, but we did talk about I maybe lost myself in the timeline, but during that period or after that period, we talked about possibilities for where the congregation could go if the property was sold.
I'm referring you to a period approximately a month and a half or so prior to you receiving the Legacy Partners offer.
No, I
February or
didn't talk
March.
to her about selling which one. Anybody who knows how I work knows that I put a team together and have them figure out what was done. I did not have the ability to sell St. Michael's and All Angels Corona del Mar. It was a parish, and it had a functioning congregation that was self-supporting and a rector.
And did St. Michael and All Angels, as a parish, hold title to its church property subject to the trust interests of the diocese? And she testified to a second meeting with you shortly thereafter regarding that subject matter, in which you allegedly told her, don't worry, I'm not selling St. James. Do you recall that conversation taking place?
I don't. I think the first time I saw anything about it was the memo.
Now let's go back to, because I'd like to get as great detail as I can to you in terms of how the,
Sometime around Easter. I think it was either right after or right before. But when I got the phone call, I wouldn't have been there if it was on Easter Day or anything like that. Or
Okay.
maybe it was in late afternoon.
prior to you receiving the offer, had you met a few days before with Mr. Cushman, together with Mr. Tumulty and Mr. Forbath at Mr. Cushman's office?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the subject matter of that meeting?
Subject matter was other real estate business, and I don't recall that there was anything about St. James in that first meeting.
Okay. So you've testified that you received, through Mr. Cushman, Legacy's $15 million cash offer, and did you then, how did you respond to receipt of that information?
How did I respond?
Did you accept the offer?
Yes.
Okay. And did you tell us how then your acceptance of that offer was reduced to writing?
It was in a buy-sell agreement. I don't know if that's the right term, but a purchase agreement. And we had periods of due diligence in there, and that's what I took to the congregation and told them on the 17th.
Do you, as you sit here, do you recall the date that purchase and sale agreement was signed?
I think the 10th, I'm not sure.
Okay. And that's of April 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And after that had occurred, did you then seek to inform Reverend Voorhees of the existence of this agreement?
I did when I talked to her, yes.
Okay. How did that meeting, did that take place as a physical meeting?
Yes, it did in my office.
Okay. Was anyone else present?
I can't recall.
Can I back up and ask a question here?
Sure.
Tell me a little bit more about your acceptance immediate, or did you take some time to?
No, I said I have to pray about it, and I need to talk to my advisors on my staff.
And did you talk to those advisors?
Yes, I did.
And who are those advisors?
David Tumulty and Ted Forbath.
And so how much time elapsed between when you got the offer and made the decision?
I can't tell you exactly, a few days.
Do you recall the date you informed Reverend Voorhees that you had entered into the contract, purchase and sale agreement?
I called her on a Friday, or had Gail call her, I'm not sure which. And then on Monday, she made an appointment and came in and saw me, and that's when I told her.
Okay. In that conversation in which you informed her that you'd entered into the purchase and sale agreement, what was her reaction to receipt of the news?
She was upset.
Okay. And in that conversation, did you ask her not to disclose the existence of the purchase and sale agreement?
I said to her, please don't discuss this until we have everything in order to talk about it.
Okay. And as part of that conversation, did you tell Reverend Voorhees that you wish to be the person that informed the congregation of the decision?
Yes, and that takes a little background information. I don't have a canon of the ordinary, and the fact of life is, I said, if there's any bad news to tell anybody, I'm going to tell it to them. And so I said that I wanted to come down and tell it to them.
Okay.
I knew that would be traumatic, so.
And in connection with that, you went down and met with the congregation on May 17th, 2015.
Yes.
And informed them. If you can, please tell us the reason for the time gap between April 13th, 2015, when you informed Reverend Voorhees, and May 17th, the Sunday you went down and actually met with the congregation?
Because we were putting the package together to see if it could be done. We were talking about due diligence and all the things that had to be done in order to make it happen. In fact, the property never sold, and the fact is that the due diligence was not ever finished, I don't think.
During early and mid-May 2015, did you and Mr. Tumulty and Reverend Voorhees have a couple meetings where the subject of your discussions was how to wind down the congregation?
Please repeat that question.
Okay. During mid-May 2015, was there an exchange of emails between Reverend Voorhees on the one hand and you and David Tumulty on the other regarding various details of winding down final dates for final service, logistical matters of that sort?
Yes, there was.
Okay. And were there some physical meetings at which those issues were discussed?
Yes.
And in those physical meetings at which these issues were discussed, did part of those discussions include your offering a paid position to Reverend Voorhees?
Yes.
On the staff of the diocese?
Yes.
Okay, can you please tell us about that?
It was on the staff of Corp Sol, and it was about, I'm a former officer of the Compass Rose Society in England. That is the eleemosynary arm of the Archbishop of Canterbury, since he can't do any missionary work outside the confines of England without those dollars. I'd been brought into that by Claude Payne, and we discussed that. I wanted to reestablish a stronger relationship with Compass Rose. Norris Batten carries it on very well, but I thought we needed a stronger diocesan presence because of the fact that the new Archbishop of Canterbury was a man I respected, and I thought we should be more closer affiliated, since I'd had prior good relationships with George Carey and with Rowan Williams.
And is this a position that you had contemplated and formulated prior to receiving the offer from Legacy Partners to purchase the St. James property?
Yes, I did that with reference to Peter, because I wanted the position to be available to do what I wanted to build stronger relationships in the Anglican Communion. We'd been through 9 years of bad road, and I thought it was about time that we really worked on that.
And by Reverend Peter, to whom are you referring?
Sorry.
By Reverend Peter, to whom are you referring?
Oh, Canon Peter Haynes.
I just, you had mentioned in passing, I just to make sure I understood, that this was a position that would be on the staff of the Corporation Sol.
Yes.
Are there other staff positions on the Corporation Sol?
Yes.
How many?
3, I think, or 3 or 4.
Okay. And they answer directly to you and your team of lay advisors?
Yes, unless I place them to do redevelopment work in a mission or in a defunct church to try to build it up. I have one going right now where I have a person who's delegated half-time to the Corporation of the Diocese to raise money and half-time to the church in San Bernardino. It's basically a kickstart situation.
And in making this offer of a paid position to Reverend Voorhees, what was your intent?
My intent was to make sure that she and the Bob were cared for, because I was going to go into this sale, and that I desired not to have anybody hurt in this situation. The same thing, those conversations included staff members that she had at that time and how we would devolve the situation. One of those staff members is still on Corp Sol's payroll.
Is that individual present in the room?
Yes, sir.
Who is that individual?
Hi, my brother. standing behind Corp Sol's payroll because that's one of the agreements I made. And I gave my word that I would take care of him as well as the parish administrator, as well as the clearing out the chef center, or the, what do you call it, the culinary school.
Okay. A date when you made the announcement to the congregation. Can you please describe your recall of the events of that day?
We did service, and I went in, and there was a lovely brunch that the chefs had provided, and then I stood up and gave a brief statement about what we were going to do, and we answered questions and talked about the fact that this was a due diligence period, and we didn't know how long it would take, and for sure that they could stay in the building till October and be serviced in that building, and until the due diligence ended, we could do that. Okay? At the end of the due diligence period, I told them that I would give them it if the due diligence was completed, $1 million from the proceeds of the sale when the escrow closed.
Okay. I want to take you back a little bit. When you were considering the offer that Mr. Cushman had conveyed to you, did you consider the financial status of the St. James the Great congregation based on the information you had in hand at the time?
As I said a few minutes ago, based on the information we had, the parochial report in our hands, and the few monthly reports we had, I was basing my decision about its viability on that.
And as you sit here today, can you tell us, other than the 2013 parochial report, what financial information you had?
The ones that were presented to the corporation of the diocese seeking the grants, and I don't know if I had any monthly reports. In our missions manual, we require monthly reports.
Okay. And by those mission development grant applications to the Board of the Corporation of the Diocese, are you referring, for example, to the July 31, 2014 mission development grant application for calendar year 2015?
The ones presented to the corporation of the diocese that we
Yes.
saw on the screen?
Yes.
That's what I'm referring to.
To Reverend Voorhees. Did she accept that position?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And in connection, if you know, in connection with her acceptance of that position, did she fill out EDLA employment forms?
Yes, she did fill out EDLA employment forms, and we had a back and forth about what I would provide to the congregation and to the employees, and she signed all those things, including a full salary of $111,000 plus pension, plus health insurance, plus SICA.
And if you know, what was the effective date of the commencement of her new position as your liaison to the Compass Rose Society?
1 June.
In fact, was she issued a paycheck for the first half of June 2015? Was Reverend Voorhees issued a paycheck for
Yes.
the first half of June 2015?
Yes.
Did Reverend Voorhees ultimately inform you that she'd changed her mind with respect to the Compass Rose Society position?
At the corporation meeting, as we were getting ready to approve housing allowances, which is a standard each month because there's changes in housing allowances, she said, I want to talk to you outside. And so we went out in the hallway, and she told me that she wanted that taken off the agenda, and here was the check back. It had been opened, but she gave it back to me.
And you've spoken before about how Reverend Voorhees would seek a few minutes of your time before or after Board of Corporation of the Diocese meetings and tell you how things were going. In late 2014 or early 2015, did Reverend Voorhees inform you that she had started to receive compensation from the congregation?
No, sir.
Did you ever learn that she was receiving compensation?
Subsequently, I learned that.
Was that subsequent to your entering into the purchase and sale agreement for sale of the property?
Okay. No, I don't think so. I don't know.
Okay.
Do you recall how you learned?
I learned after this all started, and I learned that from the reports from the Finance Committee Chair, I think she was, $1,000.
You learn about the pay here in
Yes.
this hearing yesterday?
Yes. Since I'm director of the congregation, I should have been informed of that, since my agreement was that she should be non-stipendiary. And I had a,
I didn't hear the last part.
she should be non-stipendiary. She,
That was your verbal agreement?
yes.
At the May 17, 2015 meeting with the St. James congregation, did members of the congregation challenge you or ask questions of you regarding statements you had made regarding your reasons for deciding to accept the $15 million offer and other aspects of what you told them?
Yes, they asked me questions and had comments, and discussion ensued, and one specific person said, what's important is our community, and we're going to stay together, and we'll figure this one out. And I told them that there would be, out of the sale of the property, should the escrow close, there would be $1 million coming to the congregation to build a community without walls.
Okay. In early June 2015, did you prepare and send a letter to Newport Beach Mayor Pro Tempore Diane Dixon?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you draft that letter?
I drafted it and had input from the finance staff and had input from Bob Williams.
And so the remarks made in that letter regarding your understanding of the operating expenses of the St. James the Great congregation came from your finance staff?
They came from the finance staff and from Cindy. The exact quote, or the nearest I can remember the quote, is it takes $300,000 to just open the doors.
And on June 9th, 2015, did you meet with Reverend Voorhees at a Starbucks close to the St. James the Great property?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what occurred in that meeting?
Canon Tumulty and Canon Voorhees and I met in there. We had scheduled a meeting to come down and meet with the people I asked her to put together as a transition committee to figure out what's the next steps. And she, in that meeting, repeated what she had said to me before, that on the 28th would be her last Sunday, to which she wanted the congregation closed. We talked about the wedding and other things that were going to happen in October, and I'd already told the congregation on the 17th that I had a purchase sale agreement that had at least till October 1st in it, and that I had arranged for at least 3 months beyond that while they finished their due diligence. I also said to them that they could stay in the building that period of time when I met with them on the 17th in order to get the other outside ministry started and If the sale didn't go through, all bets were off.
Now, you testified just now as to a couple of things I want to ask you a little bit more about. One was that you met with Canon Tumulty and Reverend Voorhees at the Starbucks, and the subject matter was June 28th as the date for the final services, and that it was a date you had previously agreed to. Do you remember where and in what circumstances the June 28th date for final services was previously discussed and agreed to?
I remember that I said on several occasions, are you sure that the 28th is when you want to make this happen? And 3 times in 2 different meetings, I said, are you sure? To Canon Voorhees.
Other than the meeting on June 9th at the Starbucks on Lido Isle, were these meetings in your office at the Cathedral Center?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Tumulty present at those
Yes.
meetings? Thank you. Now, you testified just now regarding your discussion with Reverend Voorhees and Mr. Tumulty at that meeting at the Starbucks about issues to be discussed in your subsequent meeting that day with the transition team from St. James the Great. Where did the idea of a transition team come from?
It came from me. I said there needed to be a transition committee set up to not have it all sit on Cindy's, Canon Voorhees' shoulders, and that's where it came from.
Okay, and where and when was this communicated to Reverend Voorhees, that she had to have a transition team?
The first time I mentioned something to her was when on May 17th, had that meeting.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the record is clear. So did you tell Reverend Voorhees that she would need a transition team on April 13th when you first informed her of the existence of the purchase and sale contract, or on May 17th when you met with the congregation?
When we needed a transition team, I told her that in April, and I reiterated it on the 17th because I was obviously aware that it was going to be a difficult transition.
Okay. Was the idea of a transition team one of the things that was discussed with the congregation at the May 17th, 2015
I
meeting?
cannot remember that.
Thank you. Okay. Later in the day on June 9th, 2015, did you meet with the St. James the Great transition team?
The
At
same
church?
day that I met at Starbucks with
Yes.
Canon Voorhees, yes.
Okay. How long did that meeting take place?
Half an hour.
Okay. And where did that meeting take
It
place?
took place in the conference room at St. James the Great.
Okay. And please tell us your recall of what took place during that meeting.
Repeatedly, I was asked if they could lease the building from the people who were doing it, and I said that'll be up to them who were buying the property. They repeatedly asked, could Cindy remain their pastor? And I said, if that's what she chooses to be, I'm going to give her a job, and she could do half of it here and half of it at Compass Rose, you know. So that's what happened.
Did you feel as though the members of the transition team were presenting you with demands during that June 9th meeting?
Yes, we want the building back.
Okay. And how did you respond to those demands?
I said I've already entered into this agreement, and there's got to be due diligence done, and reiterated what I said on the 17th of May.
In the following week, did you receive a document entitled Memorandum of Understanding from one of the members of the St. James the Great transition team?
Yes.
Okay. And document.
I don't sign contracts like that.
Did you view what they called a Memorandum of Understanding
I
to be
saw
a
it.
contract? Okay. Did you prepare and send a letter to the St. James the Great transition team on dated June 17th, 2015?
I believe I did. I'd have to see it to to know
Okay.
exactly what it included.
Okay. Did you attempt to state your understanding of what had taken place in the June 9th meeting with the transition team in that letter?
Yes. But
Now,
Excuse me, do we have that memorandum of agreement in our, an exhibit?
I don't think it has been offered as an exhibit. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head if it is designated in the church attorney's exhibits. It is not designated in ours.
are you talking about the document that came in from them, or are you talking about the letter I sent?
Well, I'm just trying to follow what's going on here. I understood that St. James the Great sent a memorandum of agreement to you that you did not accept. That's what I just heard.
I mean, shortly after the meeting, one of the members of the transition team sent him a document which he called a
lean into
memorandum.
the mic?
Sorry, which he called a memorandum of understanding. Bishop Bruno did not return that, but wrote his own letter, and we've chosen only to introduce his letter. We didn't introduce the memorandum. They say substantively similar things, but we've only introduced his letter, which is Exhibit 17.
And, Fisher, can I just follow up something you said?
Please.
About when the transition, I think it's transition team, and you met at the conference room in St. James the Great.
Yes.
They had asked if Canon Voorhees could remain their pastor, and you were open to having her continue that while working for the Compass Rose
Yes.
Society, so she could do both.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Bishop Bruno, the board of the corporation, the diocese, has regular monthly meetings, correct, for the month?
Look at my calendar, I could tell you.
I believe you testified earlier that on June 16, 2015, Reverend Voorhees interrupted the board of the corporation, the diocese meeting, before it was going to hold a vote on her compensation for the Compass Rose Society position, and during that break, returned her first paycheck, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, notwithstanding the fact that Reverend Voorhees had informed you of this on the 16th, you proceeded to send your letter on the 17th to the St. James the Great evaluation team.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Zednik, are we close to your conclusion of working?
Fairly, yes.
Okay, we'll continue.
I just want to
Sure.
establish a chronology of significant events. Now, on the weekend of June 20th and 21st, or perhaps Monday, June 22nd, did you travel to Salt Lake City to attend General Convention?
Yes.
Okay. And did you subsequently learn that on June 22, 2015, that a group calling itself Save St. James the Great had filed a civil action against you as corporation sole in Orange County Superior Court?
Yes.
Okay. Where were you when you learned of the existence of that lawsuit?
At General Convention?
Okay. Do you know what day it was?
No, not exactly.
Okay. Do you recall from whom you learned that they'd filed suit against you?
I learned from Canon Tumulty, and I learned from Clay Matthews.
And were you informed in connection with receiving that news that a temporary restraining order had been sought from Orange County Superior Court in that lawsuit?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the same time you learned of the existence of the filing of the complaint?
Yes.
Okay. And when you first learned of the application by Save St. James the Great for a temporary restraining order in that lawsuit, were you also informed that the court had denied the temporary restraining order?
I'm not sure if I learned it then or not.
Okay. And while you were attending General Convention in Salt Lake City, was it brought to your attention that Reverend Voorhees had published a letter dated June 25th, 2015 to self as her final pastoral letter?
Yes.
Okay,
Can I interrupt for a second? Not sure what Bishop Bruno is doing.
I'm looking for the date of the, what do you call it, the corporation meeting.
Okay, why don't,
I think we've moved beyond that.
Oh, okay, thanks.
I mean,
I was asked for it, so.
I only raise it because you shouldn't be reading some sort of script, and I just want to be sure. We can get you the date.
I haven't.
Counsel, your suggestion is offensive, that he's reading a
It
script.
wasn't meant to be a suggestion, but I saw him reading something, I didn't know what was going on, and I wanted to be sure.
Thank you. Let's move on.
Thank you.
From whom did you learn of Reverend Voorhees' June 25th letter?
I think Canon Tumulty again.
Okay, do you recall what date you learned of that letter?
No.
Okay. Were you subsequently, on the date that you learned of it, were you provided with a copy of the text of that letter?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you review that letter when you received a copy of it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you discuss the content of that letter with anyone?
We're talking about the final pastoral, right?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Yes.
And who did you discuss it with?
I discussed it with Canon Tumulty. I discussed it, I think, with Bishop Suffragan, Diane, Jardine, Bruce.
Okay. And by the time you learned of the existence of Reverend Voorhees' June 25th last pastoral letter, had you by then learned of the existence of the lawsuit that Save St. James the Great had filed against you?
I believe I did.
Now, as a result of the allegations made in the complaint in the Save St. James the Great lawsuit and the allegations stated in its application for a temporary restraining order, did you become aware that they were contending that there existed a cloud on title of one of the 4 parcels comprising the St. James real property?
I think I learned that around that time, but I can't give you the exact.
Had there been some communications from the Griffith Company earlier in June to the effect of Griffith Company raising a question about the continued existence of a use restriction?
With
on one
reference to
parcel?
that, yes, a letter came from one of their councils, and I responded by calling the head of the Griffith Company, who purportedly didn't remember or know about it, and then I wrote them a letter.
And if you recall, do you recall receiving that letter from the Griffith Company asserting a question about the existence of a continuing use restriction on that parcel before Reverend Voorhees informed you that she was not accepting the Compass Rose position and she returned her first paycheck?
I can't tell you the chronology.
As a result of the cloud on title asserted by the Griffith Company against one of the 4 parcels comprising the St. James the Great real property, and as the result of Save St. James the Great filing of its civil action, did you cause to be filed a separate civil action against Griffith Company seeking to quiet the title to the property?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall the date that quiet title suit was filed?
No.
feels a bit like we're getting into date minutia here.
Well, the chronology is important.
So it's Exhibit 140, and it's June 26th, if that refreshes your record.
Thank you very much, sir.
Now, as you and Canon Tumulty and Bishop Bruce discussed Reverend Voorhees' June 25th, 2015 letter, did you reach a conclusion as to how, or what your response to your knowledge of that letter would be?
When I read that letter, even though as rector I had not received a copy of that letter, or was informed, as Canon Voorhees said earlier, I saw that as a pastor or a shepherd abandoning her sheep by what I knew at that time in that letter.
And is that based on, for example, your June 9th meeting with Reverend Voorhees at the Starbucks before you met with the evaluation team?
Mm-hmm. Yes, excuse me.
Thank you.
I can't write down, I'm sorry. Yes.
And was that based in part on your agreement during that meeting and the prior meetings to which you've testified that June 28th would be the final date of services at the premises?
Yes.
And was it based in part on your knowledge at that time that in response to your June 17th, 2015 letter to the Save St. James the Great evaluation team, that their response was to file suit against you?
Repeat that question, please. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Was your, the conclusion you reached as the result of your receipt of Reverend Voorhees' June 25, 2015 letter based in part on the other matters we've just discussed, as well as the fact that on June 22, 2015, you had been sued by Save St. James the Great?
Yes.
I think probably we better take a recess at this point. I think
Okay.
we're close to needing it here. And,
I just
I
want,
was assuming we were going to be a little closer to your conclusion, but.
I believe we are. I just want to make sure that there isn't anything left that needs to be covered. So,
Let's take a recess, 10 minutes.
thank you.
Bishop.
Bunch of heads in the room tonight.
Just rather than composing something, a prayer for the unity of the church. It's a good prayer. One of my favorites. Sometimes you don't need to be keep telling other people to go around the going into our little room. Yes. I think I could preface it by saying, here's a prayer I wrote myself. That would be a title. That would be a title.
Should we go to chambers?
Sure. Let's go to chambers. No, we don't have to. Yeah, let's go. I got the Sure. All right.
think we're
Are we ready?
No. I think they're going to raise that,
He's a carpenter.
Please continue.
Okay, before, and I only have a few questions left on direct. I want to
We
respond.
will take you at your word on that.
Amen.
I wanted to respond to the two questions that the panel asked me to look into.
Yes.
For 2015, the smallest mission congregation of the diocese was Isla Vista, which is in Santa Barbara County. It is a campus mission, and it has an average Sunday attendance of 25.
Okay, thank you. Campus mission?
Campus ministry, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, good.
And then the other question is, how was seat and voice and vote extended to St. James the Great for conventions 2013, 2014, and 2015? One of the committees of diocesan convention is the Committee on Credentials. Canonically, it consists of 3 to 5 lay persons. For this period, it consisted of Roger Leachman.
That's okay. We've got them in our diocese. Just explain the process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Based on past precedent, for what has been done in the diocese in the past for forming congregations, seat, voice, and vote were extended for the clergy and 1 layperson.
Okay, thank you.
And for other forming congregations in those conventions as well? Or were there other forming congregations, I should?
That I was not given. I was just saying that for St. James the Great, for these 3 years, this is a decision that was made, this is the body that made it.
By the Credentials Committee.
Yes.
And by precedent and.
And based on past precedent.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's not what I understood, but that's okay.
The legal advisors pointed out that the clergy would have had seat, voice, and vote anyway.
Yes.
There's no precedent with that.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bishop Bruno,
Yes.
turning your attention, beginning with the period after the diocese recovered the St. James property in 2013, and up to the time you received and accepted the $15 million purchase offer from Legacy Partners, did you promise anyone in the diocese at any time that you would never sell that property?
No. From the time of the end of the litigation, it became sort of a rule of thumb that I would liquidate those properties as they were redundant churches, and I promised no one that. I made my decisions based upon the financial information I had, which was in St. James' case, not much, because the monthly reports weren't there. I made my decision on the fact that for the good of the diocese, there was a double the appraised valuation offer, almost double, and that it was best to use that money in ministry throughout the diocese in a different way. I didn't want to abandon St. James the Great's zeal, so I offered them $1 million and suggested that there were 4 parishes or 4 missions and parishes. Let me see, they're all parishes within short drives.
Is there anything else that you considered, and anything else you wish to tell the panel about what you considered and how you reached the ultimate decision you reached to accept that offer?
if you want me to give you a bullet point, is number one, I could only act on what information I had at the time. There were not regular monthly reports. I could only act on the fact that for the greater good of the church, I had a responsibility, a fiduciary responsibility to the Diocese of Los Angeles to make sure that there were resources going on into the future. And I considered those things, as well as the fact that when the final effort came right down to it, it was a hard-fought battle, and that those resources needed to be used in a better fashion.
Is it the general practice in the Diocese of Los Angeles for there to be letters of agreement for
That's the absolute decision for formed congregations that have bishop committees and the V word, vestries, sorry, and vestries to agree with their clergy as to how they're going to be paid and things like that.
So that policy, as you've just described it, would that apply to a forming congregation in the circumstances of the Save St. James the Great congregation?
No, since the fact of life is that Canon Voorhees was non-stipendiary, and that we were doing everything we could through the corporation and Corp Sol to provide the resources they needed to function.
Cross?
Yes.
That's a very interesting word for a bishop to use in this context, I must say. I've been using it over and over again, but cross-examination, let me say instead.
And it's equally unusual for me not to say, yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Bishop Bruno.
Good afternoon, sir.
I'd like to get you to tell us again briefly how this unsolicited offer came in. As I understood it, you essentially got a call right at the beginning of April from Mr. Cushman. You see him, he's got a $15 million offer, you take a day or two to think about it, or basically you accept it right away, right?
No, I didn't accept it right away. I consulted with the people I always consult with about business matters. That was, I had the amount of financial information, all those other things at that point in time, and the needs of the diocese. I decided to accept it then.
It was so you accepted it within a couple of days though, right?
I would think a few days.
Okay. I understood it was between like April 3rd and April 6th, a very short period of time. Do you recall that you had spoken with Mr. Cushman sometime before April and told him that you had received previous offers, but they weren't of interest to you, but at the right price, you would seriously consider the sale of the property?
I told him that I'd received other offers.
Okay. And did you tell him, and this is sometime before April, before this comes in, that you would seriously consider a sale at the right price?
Yes.
Okay. And if I told you that as early as in February, there was a discussion of the sale of the Lido site in the Cushman, among the Cushman people, would that refresh your recollection of that conversation?
I don't know, have any idea what the Cushman people talked about.
Okay, well, let me see if this refreshes your recollection.
Lean in, Mr. Coffey.
Pardon?
Lean
Oh,
in.
sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
On or about February 22nd, Mr. Cushman had a call with you about the Lido property.
Yes.
Okay, that refresh your recollection.
Yes. Yep.
Can we put up Exhibit 96?
Now you're going to have to blow that up, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So let's go up to the top of the page for the subject line first. So you see that it says Anaheim and Lido Village on February 13th? Can you read that?
Yeah?
Okay. And then if you go scroll down a little bit to the handwritten portion there. Okay. I think that says John Cushman, J.C., call Bishop Bruno Ray Lido, February 22, 2015. Do you see that?
He may have, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now I can see it.
That's better. It's the old-fashioned way, and it's fair enough. And if you scroll down a little further,
This is not to me. I didn't
I
get
get
this.
that. I'm using this to see if it refreshes your recollection.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Tumulty has indicated that there was this conversation before April sometime, I'm trying to pinpoint it, okay? You with me?
Okay?
About, hey, we've got these unsolicited offers, but Mr. Cushman, if you can get something at the right price, the bishop, I'm interested, okay?
It sounds like me.
Okay, and it is Mr. Tumulty's testimony that that happened. So now I'm trying to pinpoint when it happened. Fair enough?
Oh, okay.
Okay, and so this, see if it refreshes your recollection, that was as early as February that you had these initial conversations with Mr. Cushman about maybe, if we can get the right price, sell the Lido property.
Well, it was probably in the context, I didn't see this memo, I don't know this memo.
Yeah, but
It was
I'm showing it to you now. Does it refresh your recollection that you did have earlier conversations with Mr. Cushman, perhaps as early as February, about if you get the right price, you'd sell the Lido property?
I had conversations with Mr. Cushman, but I don't remember it being about the Lido property. I remember it being about the other properties that he was handling for us.
And it was about the Anaheim property primarily, but if you look on this exhibit again, there's just a little further down, it says, and this is from one person to Mr. Cushman, I thought our meeting was productive and I look forward to receiving the additional information we discovered. We discussed, we agree with you that this is a site worth pursuing, and I look forward to drilling down in the details so we can outline a proposal. Do you see that? And then the next line says, also as
That was a
requested-
conversation, question for clarification. Was that a conversation between him and Tim O'Brien?
I think so. So, as I requested, I've attached an aerial photo of the Episcopal Church's Lido site. Do you see that? So
Yeah.
does this refresh your recollection that this earlier conversation about, look, if you can get the right price, I'm interested, happened as early as February?
I think that mischaracterizes what I knew here and didn't know. The conversations I had with John Cushman had to do with, at that time, Anaheim, which I'd been working on for 9 years, 10 years.
So, but you don't know why he wrote then that he had a, go ahead, can we get the handwriting again?
I will tell you that I don't know, because I didn't write that, and that he may have said something, but, and it's, like I said, it sounds like me.
Okay, so let me see if we can focus in. Mr. Tumulty, I'm going to read his testimony to you, testified at the time before April, and Bishop Bruno told him that we had received previous offers, none of which were of interest, and at the right price, the bishop would seriously consider the sale of the property. You don't deny that that happened, right?
No.
Okay. And it must have happened sometime before April, because he says it was sometime before that. Fair?
I don't have a crystal ball, but it's fair.
Okay. And these documents seem to suggest that there was a discussion as early as February about the possible sale of the Lido property with Cushman and these other people, okay, Mr. O'Brien. You see that?
I see what it says here.
Okay. And so do you deny that there was a conversation with Mr. Cushman about the possible sale of Lido if the right price came in as early as February of 2015?
Objection, conversation between whom?
Between him and Mr. Cushman.
I don't remember that conversation with Mr. Cushman about that. We were talking about other things with reference to the other properties.
Well, it says the Lido, do you recognize that handwriting?
No, I don't.
Okay. So you see the Lido property, February 22, 2015.
I see that.
And you know that at some point, Mr. Cushman was told, if you get the right price, we'll consider selling, and that was before April, right? Now, the question is when that was.
You're trying to put words in my mouth because that's not what I said to him. It didn't say Bishop Bruno said.
Mr. Tumulty testified, and Bishop Bruno told him that we had received previous offers, none of which were of interest, and that at the right price, the bishop would seriously consider sale of the property sometime before April.
Sometime before April, yes.
And do you know when that was?
No, I don't.
Was it in March?
I don't know.
Must have been at least in March because it's before April, right?
You can make that assumption if you'd like, sir.
Was it in February?
I don't know.
Could have been. Is it fair to say that it could have been as early as February of that year?
That's not my recollection.
Okay. And what is your recollection as to when that earlier conversation had occurred, that if you get the right price, I'm interested in sale?
I don't know that I had that conversation.
Okay, so are you saying that Mr. Tumulty is mistaken in his memory, or you just don't remember one way or the other?
I don't remember one way or the other. I delegate to my staff a lot of things.
Okay. And you delegated to your staff to impersonate you as Bishop Bruno in a call to Mr. Cushman? I withdraw the question.
Objection.
Yes, so noted.
I withdraw it.
Sustained.
Let's do it this way. Do you agree with me that if you had a previous conversation and you said that to Mr. Cushman, a real estate broker, and then he came back sometime later with an offer, and that is the sequence, isn't it? Try it
Restate
again.
your question.
Sequence is you have a conversation with him in which you say, if you get a big enough offer, I'm interested in the sale. Fair?
Assumes facts not in evidence. Objection.
Okay,
Right.
hold off here.
It's just
Consult. Overruled.
Can we have the question back?
Yes.
I'm going to ask him to repeat
From
it.
the court reporter.
The sequence, you had a conversation with him saying, if you get a big enough offer, I'm interested in the sale. Fair?
I got to know who I had that conversation
With
with.
Mr. Cushman.
I don't recall it that way.
Okay, so if Mr. Tumulty recalls it that way, would you defer to his memory?
I'll defer to his memory.
Okay, but you don't remember how much earlier than April the conversation was?
No, I don't know.
And so here's my question. If there was such a conversation, wouldn't you have expected Mr. Cushman to go out and look for a bigger offer?
My expectations,
If there was such a conversation, wouldn't you have expected Mr. Cushman to go out and try to find an offer?
I would, no.
Really? You say to him, I've had unsolicited offers. They're not good enough.
Excuse me, sir, you're assuming that I had a conversation with him about that specific thing.
I'm not assuming. I'm telling you that Canon Tumulty has testified under oath to this as a starting point. So we know there was such a conversation at some time earlier. Now I'm just asking you, because you don't seem to remember it, fair enough. If there was such a conversation, wouldn't you assume that Mr. Cushman would go out and try to find an offer that would be satisfactory to you? Isn't that logical?
I'll agree with you there.
Okay. And then at some point in early April, he comes in and he has a $15 million offer, right?
Right?
So it wasn't unsolicited. He had been asked if he could find one, and he got one and came in with it, and it was a good offer, right?
I didn't have a purchase sales agreement with him. I didn't ask him to go look for an offer. That was a conversation that he had with Mr. Tumulty, maybe.
Okay. This question is simple, though. Assuming that there was such a conversation at some time previous to when the offer comes in, which Mr. Tumulty has testified to in his deposition, and then it comes in, doesn't that seem to you that he went out and found it as a real estate broker? Yes?
It might.
Okay, fair enough. And if that's true, then it wasn't just a purely unsolicited offer that fell out of the sky.
All the offers I got were unsolicited before this.
I got that, and that's the point. This one, a real estate broker had been talked to sometime before it came in, a very good real estate broker, Cushman & Wakefield, right? And he comes back with a $15 million offer. That's different than unsolicited, isn't it? That means he went out and found it.
I did not delegate him to go and find an offer for me.
All right. Let's turn to your testimony about Bishop Shorey. Am I correct that you had a conversation with Bishop Shorey and with David Beers sometime in around 2009?
Yes.
And what is your memory as you sit here today as to
Bill of properties and what
at that point in time, the St. James congregation had not even been formed, right?
Yes,
Okay, and that doesn't happen until 2013.
yes.
Okay? And the conversation is a general one about if these properties come back, do you have some restriction that you would place on us,
Yes.
right? Let's, okay. Maybe we should have you look at your deposition. Let me do it this way, it might be faster.
Sure.
And I'll give you a deposition if you don't remember it. At pages 182 to 183, I asked you questions about that conversation. And you said, that's a long time ago, I don't know, I think I did have a conversation. Remember saying that?
I do remember
Okay.
saying that.
And I said, about these 4 churches being returned, you said yes. As you sit here today, tell me everything you remember about that conversation. Answer, I don't know the specifics of that conversation. Can you tell me one thing that was said in that conversation? I advised them that one of them was going to be sold. I remember that, that's all. Which one? St. David's, because that's the one I remember. Okay. So at that time, you're saying that with Bishop Shorey, you were only talking about St. David's, the one church coming back.
No, that's not correct. I was talking about the 4 of them. And if I remember right, and I'm really stretching here, but that happened at General Convention, I think.
Okay. Is that the one that you got $5 million for eventually? Okay, and that's all you remember of this conversation? Answer, I informed the presiding bishop that I would be selling that property. You used PV, and I said, what's that? And you said the presiding bishop. And what did she say? She said she understood that. And then I asked you, were there any other conversations about the other 3? In that conversation, were the other 3 churches mentioned? And you said, I don't think so, because the sale was not imminent, and I can't remember that time frame. And then you went on to say, yes, because I didn't have any other property back at that time.
You have my sworn testimony to
Yeah,
that.
I can hand it to you. You want to see it?
I said you have my sworn testimony to it. I answered those truthfully in the depositions.
Okay, so in the deposition, you told us that that conversation was about just St. David's, because that's the only one that you were getting back, and you knew you were thinking of selling it, right? I understand it's a long time ago, and you may not remember it at all.
I don't remember.
Okay. So, as you testified, though, a few weeks ago, that your memory then was it had to do with St. David's because that's the one that was back and I was selling it. Fair?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you told us?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as of today, you think the conversation had to do with all 4, even though the other 3 weren't coming back yet? Or are you just not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Let's ask you a couple of other questions about that. I understand that Bishop Shorey, or former presiding Bishop Shorey, has been on your witness list for a number of months to come here and testify. You
I
know
don't
that?
know.
Didn't know that? You knew that from your disclosures that were filed, didn't you?
Well, I didn't know she was on our witness list to come
Okay.
here.
Did you recently attempt to see if she was willing to come and testify on your side of this case?
I didn't do that.
Okay, we were informed about a week ago that your counsel and you were conferring, and that you had, or he, I don't know who, had made a call to David Beers to try to get Bishop Shorey.
That I remember.
Okay, and what happened? Where is she?
I don't know what the result of that conversation was.
Does it seem to reason that she wasn't going to support maybe what you wanted her to say?
That's an assumption that I can't make.
Okay. Were you in on any communications with her or David Beers about coming here and testifying to support this testimony?
No.
Now, I'm not quite clear, I don't think, as to what exactly you told the congregation in or about May of 2015 as to how the $15 million was going to be used.
On the 17th of May,
Right.
I told them that there was going to be money put aside for the congregation. There was going to be money put aside in a fund to continue the mission and ministry of the diocese.
So I thought I heard you say of the $15 million, 6.5 was going to be put aside for the needy, and the rest was...
6.3.
6.3, okay. And the rest was going into a trust fund designated St. James. I thought I heard you say that the first time.
That designation was in honor of St. James, because that's where the money came from, and that $1 million would go to St. James.
Okay, so precisely of the 15 million, 6.5 goes in some fashion to the needy.
6.3.
6.3, sorry. And had that...
At that point in time?
Right.
No, I don't think so.
So would it have just gone into the coffers essentially of Corp Sol to be used as you decide later on?
No, it would have gone in for what I said it would have gone in.
So are there special designated areas within Corp Sol?
As I talked to the panel before, yes, there are designated endowments.
Okay, and the rest would have gone into a trust fund in the name of St. James? Except
At St. James.
And how would that be used?
Mission and ministry in the diocese.
And that's if the sale had gone through and you'd gotten $15 million in, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Where'd it go? Let's put Exhibit 44 up.
Good Lord.
So Exhibit 44,
Is that in this book?
it is, that might be easy. I can help you find it.
I'm sorry.
Can you make it a little, so we can see the whole thing? Okay. I'm doing the same thing because my eyes aren't, they're actually older than yours. We're both going to have some trouble this way.
Yeah.
Okay?
You don't wear glasses.
You know what, I had surgery a few months ago, and I can see better now, but I still can't see that far. So, do you recognize this handwriting?
That's Mr. Tumulty's handwriting.
Okay. And have you seen this before?
No, it says Ted and DT at the top.
Right. And so what Mr. Tumulty has testified to is this was a proposed use of the funds on May 13th of 2015, which is a couple of days before you had your May 17th phone call, right?
He testified that Bishop Bruno wasn't a part of this conversation.
I get that. So I'm going to walk you through this, okay, and see if you understand it. May 13, 2015 would be a few, right? I mean, I'm sorry.
Meeting.
St. James, okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then he says NPB use of funds preliminary. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, and then it has 15. That's the 15 million coming in, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I presume.
Okay, well, I mean, I understand he's going to testify later, but he already has testified in deposition, okay?
I wasn't party to...
$1 million fees and costs, you see that? So if you do the brackets, there's a 1 in there, and then it goes to 14.
Down at the bottom?
No, see where the yellow is up there? There's the 15 million, and there's a bracket for 1 million, and it says fees and costs, and it reduces to 14 million.
Okay.
Okay, and did you remember that Mr. Cushman, if the sale had gone through, had a percentage that he would get out of the sale?
I don't remember what that was.
If I refresh your recollection, that if it had sold at 15 million, it was $550,000?
I can estimate that. I've sold a lot of properties.
Okay, and so that's within the right range of,
I would guess.
okay. And then there's a bracket that says 6.3 million, Anaheim. See that?
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, and you know at that point in time, the intention was, if the sale had gone through, to use 6.3 million to purchase the last portions of Anaheim that you wanted to get 100% ownership.
I was not privy to this conversation, and I will be honest with you, I don't know what that means on this paper.
Okay. Do you remember, irrespective of the notes, that there was a plan at that point in time, if the $15 million had come in, to use 6.3 of it to purchase another portion of Anaheim's commercial property?
There was a purchase of Anaheim's property, but I don't know that that was the money from St. James.
Well, it's NPB property, right?
Okay.
Newport Beach property.
Yeah, and if you look at the top of the thing and it says Ted and DT, I wasn't privy to that. I don't know that.
They didn't tell you about the fact that we're going to use $6.3 million with Anaheim? You didn't know that? You must have known it.
On the back of an envelope, I don't know what this is.
Okay. So then it gets it down to 7.7 million. Do you see that?
I can see the numbers.
Okay. And then it has 1.5 NPB. Do you know what that is?
No, I don't.
Okay. Or any of the other numbers. Do you know anything else?
No.
Okay. Do you see anything there about setting up a trust fund in the name of St. James?
No.
Okay. And if 6.3 million had been used to purchase commercial property at Anaheim, then there would not have been close to $15 million to go to the needy and to the this trust fund, right?
Objection calls for speculation. The witness was not party to this conversation. He's never seen this document before.
It's cross-examination. I'm just testing his memory.
Overruled.
Okay. So let's try it this way. Do you deny that there was the intent to use about $6.3 million worth of the sale, had it gone through, to purchase commercial property in Anaheim? Or do you just say you don't know about it?
I don't know about it here, but the fact of life is we were looking at all sorts of financing. That's one of the things I had conversations with Mr. Cushman about.
Okay. In fact, you were considering a loan to finance that 6.3 million before this sale came along, right?
Yes, and I have that loan, and it's on the books.
Okay. And you got that from First Republic Bank?
I think that's the bank it was.
But then this possibility of getting, this was a cash offer from Legacy, right?
Yes, I think so.
Okay.
Yes.
And so had it gone through.
You're talking about the 15 million?
Yes.
That was all cash.
That was all cash. So, by the way, you keep talking about due diligence in this sale, right? The due diligence in the purchase and sale agreement was the opportunity for the buyer, Legacy, to look into all sorts of things, environmental, title, all those things, right?
Yes.
But there were really no contingencies or due diligence that you and Corp Sol had to do.
No. It had doing the drilling on the site that they were going to do and all the other things.
Okay, and so if they had been satisfied with that, and the closing date at the time was June 24th, they came in and handed you the $15 million check, that was a done deal, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there were no due diligence or contingencies that Corp Sol had to do. For example, they weren't going to pay you over time. You didn't have to look into their credit or any of that sort of thing, did you?
I don't know. I'd have to refer to the...
Okay. So, you have any writings at all that show the intent to use the proceeds from the sale to set up a trust fund in the name of St. James?
With a title of St. James?
Anything at all?
I don't have any writings.
Okay.
Other than the memo that was sent back.
I don't know what memo you're talking about.
That makes two of us.
Well,
that can say the same
should we
thing.
just start on a different subject, or?
Sure. I don't know what you're getting at right here.
Okay. Do you have any writings to support the notion that 6.5 million was going into a special account for the needy? 6.3, you're right. I wrote 6.5 and I keep looking at it.
Okay.
Do you have anything to support that in terms of documentation, writing? Of
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay. 23? Got it. I think I'm going to ask you to look at 23.
In here?
Yes, sir. don't see it. No, I think it's here. Okay, tell me when you've had a chance to look at Exhibit 23.
What part of it, sir?
Okay, if you start at the bottom, and I don't know about you, but I've had to sort of learn how to read emails backwards from the 9/2015. You see that?
Yes.
Okay, and this is to, he says, and we can, yes, my only concern relates to the edits of paragraph 3.2 on page 5. Extend for 30 days, basically at the 11th hour, just before the planned closing. We really would need to know earlier, since a 30-day closing delay would have significant impact on how the Anaheim purchase is funded. If you want to talk to Pam in the AM with me on the line, I am available on the cell phone while I wait for the termite guy to come. Okay? There's always stuff like that.
Sure.
Okay. You see that?
Yeah.
Okay. And then if you go up to the next email, it looks like Mr. Tumulty replies, and in this one he copies you.
What line are you at now, and what does it say?
So if you look at the email, it says from David Tumulty, Thursday, April 9 at 9:24 p.m.
To Pam Anders and
Ted Forbath,
Okay.
with a CC to
Yes.
John Bruno and John Cushman. See that? And Mr. Tumulty says, thanks, Ted, your concern is legit. Pam, can you see if the buyer can back off this item? In effect, it extends the due diligence period to within 5 days of intended closing. Thanks, DT. You see that?
Yes,
Okay. And so what they're talking, do you remember seeing this at the time?
I'm sure I did if it was.
Okay. And so you understand that they're talking about is making use of some of the funds that are coming in from Legacy, this $15 million, to purchase part of the Anaheim property, right?
I see this?
Okay, and you knew that at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And then,
But that was one of several different funding possibilities.
understood. One was a loan, and one was this.
And one was a donor.
Okay? But at this moment in time, it's pretty clear that their hope is to use this part of the $15 million to purchase Anaheim. And they're going so far as to ask Mr. Cushman to step in and make sure this doesn't get extended. Right?
That's what you're saying, yes?
Well, that's what it says, doesn't it?
That's what you're saying. I mean, I don't know that that was the decision that we had agreed upon, that that's what we're going to use the money for. And in all honesty, if it was a sale of a piece of property and we were buying another piece of property that had been in the works for 10 years, we're looking at all sorts of funding possibilities.
So if you had used this $6.3 million to purchase the Anaheim property that had all gone forward, then that money would not be available to go into the trust funds that you have talked about setting aside, right? In other words, out of the
Objection calls
15
for
million, you'd have to
speculation.
take 6.3 out.
Objection calls for speculation.
I think it's just arithmetic. Is the 15 million, it's all designated for the St. James, a trust fund for St. James, and the poor and the needy. That's what you said that you told the people on May 17th, right?
If the property sold.
Right. And
To
if
this
the
date, the property has not sold.
I get that, but on May 17th, 2015, that's what you told the folks at St. James.
That if the property sold, that's what I would do, yes.
The property had already sold, sir, in terms of signed contract.
There was no closed sale.
You had signed a purchase and sale agreement.
I understand I've signed a purchase and I didn't want to.
When you say
They wanted to do due diligence, drilling, consulting with the city. We heard the mayor say today that they were going to be blocked by the city.
So, did you tell the people, let me just get this straight. You signed an agreement, on April 10th, you signed it, committed you to turn over this property if Legacy, after going through their due diligence, came back and handed you $15 million. You knew that, and you've said that.
Yes.
Okay. And from that money, at that point in time, the intent was to use $6.3 million of it to purchase Anaheim.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
No, not to purchase Anaheim.
Purchase a portion of Anaheim that
portion,
was left.
yes.
In fact, you'd been working on trying to get 100% of it for many years.
Yes,
Right. And this would have taken care of that.
it is one of the funding options that we had.
But at that point, this was the one that was on the table.
It was
Didn't-
one of the funding options that we had on the table. The fact of life is, the sale never took place. The money was not received from Legacy. The loan at First Republic Bank was obtained, and we're servicing that loan today, and we own 100% of the Anaheim property.
And did you tell those folks on May 17th that, as opposed to we're setting aside all of this money for trust funds for the poor and the needy?
If the sale went through, 6.3 would go to the poor and needy, the 1 million would go to the congregation, and the remainder would go into a fund that I would call St. James Mission Fund.
That's what you told them.
That's what I said.
But you didn't tell them that actually 6.3 million of that, if it had gone through, was going to go to the purchase of commercial
Objection,
property.
mischaracterizes the evidence. Abusive.
Overruled.
I'm near the end of this one, but you didn't tell them that at that point in time, on the table, was the idea that 6.3 million out of the 15 million would go to the purchase of Anaheim, did you? It's just yes or no, and then we can move on to another subject.
But that's not what I had in mind. That was one of several funding opportunities. This is a major purchase of a piece of property, and we secured a loan for the amount.
Did you tell them that, well, I've just told you that 6.3 million will go to the poor and the needy, the rest will go to a trust fund for named St. James, and 1 million will go to you unless I decide to send some of it into Anaheim.
No, I
depending on
told them that
different
would
options.
happen, that would happen if the sale went through, okay? And there were other funding options for the Anaheim property.
But you, okay.
Mr. Coughlin, I think we're entering into the land of argumentative. Right.
We had support for that. I agree with
That's another
you.
way of saying I think you've made your point.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. Okay, let's turn to another subject, sir. You have discussed whether or not St. James, when it was set up again, was a mission or a forming congregation, right?
Yes.
And was your view, when you decided to reestablish St. James the Great in about August and September of 2013, that it was a mission or that it was a forming congregation?
You're asking about my opinion.
Yeah, and I want to...
It was a forming congregation. It, number one, hadn't followed the steps in the mission of theology of mission manual, the establishment of a vestry and all those things. That would have come. But as Cindy, Canon Voorhees, excuse me, Cindy, I apologize. As Canon Voorhees had said earlier, that she took a page out of the book of St. Luke's La Crescenta, and it was a process. It wasn't an instantaneous action.
So if it was a forming congregation, the mission theology document does not apply, right?
No,
That applies to missions.
Objection, mischaracterizes the language of Exhibit 3.
Well, I'm just asking a question.
It was a forming congregation.
Okay.
Objection overruled.
If I told you that Mr. Tumulty testified, you didn't have to have monthly reports because it wasn't a mission, it was only a forming congregation, would you, and that all those rules apply to missions, which you're saying it wasn't yet, but not forming congregations, do you think that's right or wrong?
I needed to know the data and the information. I could only act on that data and information. I'd invested already through grant and...
Let's talk about that for a second. I'm gonna come back
Can
to
I
this.
finish my answer?
I think you have, but go ahead. Go ahead. My only question actually was simple. If it's not a mission, does the theology of mission document apply?
It's my assumption that it does.
Okay. And if there is confusion about that, and Mr. Tumulty says, well, I think that doesn't apply to a forming congregation, so you don't have to do, for example, monthly bishops' committee reports. Do you have any reason to believe that's true or false or accurate or inaccurate?
I guess I'm not understanding the question exactly. Every congregation that is receiving money from the Corporation of the Diocese, from Corp Sol, they need to make sure that they provide information on an extensive basis of how much money and where it's going.
Right. Now, but the issue here is whether they have to send in a monthly bishops' committee report and or a monthly financial report, right?
In the canons of the church, it says that any forming congregation, in the theology of mission, it says that those reports have to come in.
Okay. And your testimony is that you asked for them repeatedly from Ms.
Claire Zabala-Bongo.
Val. Okay, right?
No, that's true.
Okay. And your testimony also is that you saw Reverend Voorhees every month at the board meetings.
Yes.
And did you say to her, where's the monthly financial reports I've been asking for?
I asked her how things were going financially.
Okay.
That was in a 5-minute passing conversation.
Well, did you feel any frustration as the months were going on that you weren't getting these? Okay. And in fact, you felt enough that you complained to Ms. Zabala, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you're seeing Reverend Voorhees every month also, right?
Yes.
And so didn't you just say to her, look, Claire has been asking you for these monthly reports. Why aren't you getting them to us? Did you say that to her?
I delegate to my staff the collection of data and information.
Reverend Voorhees, an email in all of those months saying, we need your monthly reports.
I have no idea.
Did you ask her if she'd sent such an email?
I did not.
Did you ask her if she'd called and asked about it?
Yes.
And what did she say?
She said she did.
Okay. So when you came to making this decision to sell the church, you've said repeatedly, I could only go on the information I have, right?
Yes.
And this is a big transaction. It's $15 million.
Yes.
But it's also a church, right?
Yes.
It's a church that's been there for many years. In fact, you reconsecrated it in 2001, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you knew there was a congregation that was there and worshiping?
St. James.
St. James the Great?
No.
In when
St. James Anglican Church when I consecrated it.
Well, actually, it was Episcopalian then, right? And then they
Yeah.
seceded a few years later,
Yes.
right? Okay. But in 2015, when you're making this decision, did you say, you know, before I should make this decision, I don't have these monthly reports, let's get up-to-date financials?
I repeatedly tried.
Did you try between April 1 or so to get up-to-date financials?
I repeatedly asked every month from Claire Zabala-Bongo that question. I got the same answer. They're working on them.
Okay. Did you, during that period, say, we need up-to-date financials, there must be something, I want to see them? Or did you just say, well, we don't have them, I'll just go ahead? A couple times now, to say, I want to actually see these financials, as opposed to just saying, well, I haven't seen them in the past, so I'll go ahead.
No, that was not my attitude. Yes, I wanted to see them.
Okay, and did you call Ms. Voorhees and say, I want up-to-date financials now?
No, this is an operation that's a little bigger than a parish. And the fact of life is, I have people who do those things. I trust them. I ask them questions.
All right, and so did Mr. Tumulty or Mr. Forbath, at your request, we need up-to-date financials right away, it's important?
I can't answer that question. I don't know.
You've never seen anything like that, have you?
That's what I just said. I don't know.
In fact, you were keeping this up until the time you signed it. You were
Working at a secret I was in negotiating contact with. As soon as I got a date on the schedule, I went to St. James Newport. And
no. We're talking about April, sir. You know that you are about to sign an agreement. You have a few days from the beginning of April until April 10th when you sign it.
And I said to you that I was working on getting the agreement solidified, finding out what we had to do, finding if we could even sell it. We did title examinations and stuff like that.
Okay, and on April 10th, you signed the agreement.
Yes.
And on April 13th is the first time you told Reverend Voorhees that you sold the church.
3 days later.
Right. And why didn't you, in that interim, say, boy, I want to get up-to-date financials from you, Cindy, because we've got something we're considering a sale. It's all you had to do to get up-to-date information, isn't it?
I had repeatedly asked, and I did not get the information.
But you didn't ask at the point in time where the sale is imminent, did you?
Up until that time, yes.
Once you knew there's a possible sale and you've got this tough decision to make, you didn't make any effort to get up-to-date financials, did you?
Objection asked and answered.
I don't think it's been answered.
I'll say sustained.
Okay. Did you, look at, what financials exactly did you look at that period of time to see whether you were going to sell it or not?
The one parochial report that we had on file and what had been prepared for us by Ms. Voorhees the year before the corporation.
Okay, so the one where they applied for the $48,000 report from early 2015 for 2014.
I think I had the parochial report from 2014.
Okay.
I think that's what's in the book.
But let's just take a look at it real quick. And while we're doing that, actually, let's get it out. Well, so Exhibit 12 is a parochial report dated March 25, 2015, right?
Yes.
And you believe you had this on or before April 10th when you signed the purchase and sale agreement, right?
I don't know that I had this one. This one, I think, was transmitted directly to the National Church. The other one was the 2014.
2013, which you get in early 2014, right?
Right.
And so you're saying at the time of this sale in April of 2015, you had no parochial reports in the last year?
If you go to Exhibit, I think it's 11,
Okay.
and you look at that parochial report that there are no signatures on, but Canon Cindy Voorhees, Mr. Bruce Bennett, and Mr. Steinbrenner, that's the last data and information I had, to my knowledge.
So you made this decision, let's just take it down for now, with a parochial report that was more than a year old at this point in time.
Because I had not gotten the
Let me
current
just ask you
parochial
to answer my
report.
question. You made, I think you can answer the question.
I'm waiting for the, okay.
But two things, a parochial report that was more than a year old, and did it occur to you to say, you know, the parochial report for and you knew the one from a year before was only for 3 months.
Yes,
That it said, you know, basically they had nothing, they're just starting.
yes.
Okay. And did it occur to you to say, you know, where is the parochial report for 2014? That should be in by now. Let's get it.
That's the one that was transmitted around us to the National Church.
Okay. But did it occur to you to say, it's due, where is it? Let's get it.
I had repeatedly said, I want to see all the reports, but I can only act on the information that's provided by the clergy in charge of the congregation.
Okay. At this point in time, did you say, I've got a tough decision to make? You know, they haven't been doing a good job of keeping me informed, but let's see what they have. And in particular, I want to see the parochial report for 2014. Did you do that?
No.
Okay. now we look at the July 31st exhibit, which is 10, I think. 10 or 183. If you look at 10, you'll find it. So Exhibit 10 is have you found it, sir?
I've got it, sir.
Okay. An email from Cindy Voorhees to her financial team on the first page, which says, please find what was sent to the diocese for our 2015 grant request for the July 31st deadline. That's the other document you've been talking about, right?
Right.
And then on the next page, it shows the attachment.
Can you give me the number at the bottom of the page?
I can't because I don't have those numbers, but you've gone too far. Let me come up and I'll show you in your exhibit. This is our first page.
Yeah, right there. No, this one.
Yeah, I'm going to get to that in a minute. Okay. That's the finance team. Oh, yours is in a different order. Okay. To you and Mr. Bala. I think what happened is, these are two attachments in the exhibit. Do you see that exhibit, though?
Yes.
Okay. And so you can see that Reverend Voorhees had sent the supporting documents for the grant to Ms. Zabala on or about July 31st, 2014.
Yes.
And she copied it to you.
Yes.
And that's a document that you saw because you've been referring to it as one that you had in mind, right?
Yeah.
Go a little further.
In which direction, sir?
I know, that's mine I'm going forward, and yours we may be going backwards a little bit. I'm looking at a page that looks like this.
No.
Will it be sufficient to see it on the screen?
It would, but I don't have those same lines, so let me show it to you. Can you get that?
Is it this one?
Well, actually, let's just go down. There's a narrative budget in there, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go to, what is on Bishop Bruno's page, I'm sorry.
For the record, what it is that you're having to look at.
Yes. So for the record, we are looking at what's called a St. James the Great 2015 narrative budget, diocesan grant request for $48,000, July 31, 2014. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And in the second paragraph, it says, we have reduced our annual amount requested from the diocese from $5,000 per month or $60,000 per year to $4,000 per month or $48,000 per year. Did you see that?
I see that.
And you knew that?
When it came to the corporation, yes, I did.
Yeah. And so you had seen that back at about the time of July 31st, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And so you knew that they had reduced their reliance on the diocese by essentially $1,000 a month, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you go to the next page in this same narrative budget.
Here.
By the way, you've seen these narrative budgets. They're required, right?
As a matter of fact, when I was stewardship and development officer, we started doing narrative budgets.
Okay. Let's go to the paragraph. It starts on the expense side.
Yes, I see that right here.
Let's see if we can get it up. It's on page
It's there.
10-11. We should develop staff and pay them a fair wage. See that?
Yes.
While we will not be able to get there completely in 2015, we want to continue to take steps to do so. See that?
Yes.
Included in this budget is an initial housing allowance for the vicar of $3,000 per month based on the documented priority to pay clergy right after the mission share pledge.
And that's the first time I saw that, yes.
Right. So you knew in July of 2014 that she was getting but I think
I don't seem to have it.
there it is.
There it is.
Okay. So we're now looking at page 10-5.
010-005.
Okay. And you would have looked at this at the time it came in, or about the end of July 2014, right?
I would looked at it at the corporation meeting when
Okay.
they had it.
And so, and you've testified, I think, this is the last financial information you had.
Yes.
Because, so let's look at the actual revenues or receipts for the first 5 months of 2014. You see that?
Here, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Right there.
$156,046. I'm just having to go down this column.
I'm adding it up.
I think the adding's done for you, with all due respect.
Okay.
We could go down it, so let's do it more easily. They report $40,000 in plate. No, come on down, right there. $40,000 line 2, $40,000 in plate, actual dollars in the door, right? That's what that means.
Okay.
Then they have pledges and regular contributions of about almost $61,000. Do you see that? That's
Yes.
what that means. Okay. Then they have the mission development grant, $25,000. See that? It's half of the.
Yes.
Okay. They have the rental from the vicarage.
Yes.
Okay. And the total ends up being at $156,000
Yes.
in the door in the first 5 months of 2014.
Yes.
Okay. What they expect for the rest of the year. Total revenues of budget, a preliminary budget for 20. You knew the budget's an estimate based on what they've done so far, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many parishes even or missions do you have bringing in $349,000 in revenues a year?
I can't tell you.
Okay. There's a lot that don't, aren't there?
I don't think so.
Okay. And anyway, the 2015 prediction was to bring in $386,000. Do you see that?
That was their projection.
Okay. And decision to sell the church.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything to find out if, in fact, they'd come up with the $349,000 at the end of 2014?
Well, I don't know what you mean. Did I? What did I do? This was at the Corporation of the Diocese. I took Canon Voorhees on her word. She presented this.
Okay.
I don't know what they came up with at the end of 2014.
And so my question-
Because I didn't have that program report.
And my question is, not having it, did you ask for it in or about April of 2015?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay, okay. All right. Let's turn to Exhibit 35. Do you have it in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Exhibit 35 was testified to earlier by Reverend Voorhees. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Let me
sir.
change the question. Let's do it this way. Do you remember the testimony about the second paragraph on page 3 of this exhibit, Exhibit 35? So we can go to page 3 and the
Oh,
paragraph.
on page 3, okay?
Okay, following questions and a lengthy discussion, do you see that? Whoops, I have to do it.
Yes, I found it.
Now let's see if we can get it on the screen. Okay, one more paragraph. Where it starts following questions, there it is. Good. Okay. So, the belief seemed to be that this reflects a motion moving the 4 churches to mission status. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the motion carried unanimously.
That's what it says.
Right. I mean, they had been parishes before they were taken over by the Anglicans. Right?
Yes, sir.
Now they're about to come back, and this motion is to change them to mission status.
Yes.
Objection, this characterizes the evidence. In March 2009, the properties weren't about to come back.
I can take that part out of the question.
Yes.
Okay. So does that mean that when they did come back, they were at mission status?
It means that there were non-functioning congregations.
So it doesn't say they are changed to pre-forming congregations, right? Why didn't you say that?
It's a standing committee report. I spent 5 minutes with the standing committee.
Okay. So is it your view that the standing committee could...
Objection, mischaracterizes the
I mean,
evidence.
I'm just trying to figure out what this means, to be honest with you.
Sustained.
Yeah. So let me do this. Let's turn to some publications that you sent out in 2013 when St. James is coming back. Okay. I actually really do want to try to get an answer to this. Is it your view that notwithstanding the fact that the standing committee had said these are at mission status, they aren't at mission status if you designate them?
Using this term mission status, that puts it under the authority of the bishop, the direct authority of the bishop, without a vestry or without a bishop's committee, without anything.
Okay. So let's look at Exhibit 64 first.
There it is. No, I don't have 64.
They're probably a different book. But that's the numbers. Oh, you're right.
Okay.
Okay. I think he talks about mission. But mission. But let's just let's go through this for a minute, okay? You what is the Episcopal News update?
It's a document that comes out on the email.
Okay. I think you're
The paragraph that begins, I give thanks?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. I give thanks for the culmination of this marathon litigation. I pray this action will settle the fact that people can disagree and cannot take property that has been entrusted to the Episcopal Church for ministry. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. I give thanks, I'm going to the last sentence, to God that after these cases spanning more than 8 years, we can now proceed with...
Excuse me, I've lost you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped to the last sentence in that same paragraph. I give thanks to God,
Okay, there.
okay, that after these cases spanning more than 8 years, we can now proceed with the continuing ministry of the Episcopal Church in Newport Beach. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that went out to the entire diocese, right? It was available to the entire
It was
diocese.
available on email.
Okay. And what did you mean by that?
And then I gave thanks that 8 years of litigation was over.
And did you mean to suggest that you are reopening St. James as a...
Not at that time, no.
Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 22. Once you find it, let me ask you another question.
Yes?
So, is it, you had already sold 2 churches that had come back, right?
Yes?
You had decided that St. Luke's would be reopened.
Yes?
And had been reopened several years earlier. Now the 4th church is coming back, and this goes out. So it's talking about St. James at this point in time, right?
I think that's what
right?
you're saying. I don't-
Okay. And
the document here or the email?
I'm looking at the one I was just showing. I'm just double checking on 64.
Oh, no, that's, I thought you said to go to 22.
I did, and then I wanted to go back and reflect on this one for a minute.
Okay.
So if we can go back to 64 for a minute.
I got it.
Okay. Is it your testimony that as of August, you had not decided yet whether you were going to reopen St. James as St. James the Great?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. So in that case, when you said we can now proceed with the continuing ministry of the Episcopal Church in Newport Beach, what did you mean by that?
St. Michael's, Corona del Mar, St. James, okay? There's also in Costa Mesa, which is up Newport Boulevard. There, we're going to go on with the continuing ministry, and we're not going to have the drain of the legal cases.
But the only one that's going to be new at this point in time is St. James, right?
Objection.
The
This
others were already there
characterizes the
in
witness
function.
testimony. He said he had not decided at that time whether he was going to reopen.
And I'm
Sustained.
I'm testing that thought. So, but as of August, you hadn't decided.
That's right.
Okay. So let's go to September.
I don't,
Exhibit 22.
okay.
I know. And there it is. Good. Okay. And is this a document that you wrote? Why did you write it? Okay. And this is after you've decided that St. James the Great will be reopened,
Yes.
and it will have a new name.
Yes.
Okay.
Cindy came to me and said, we don't want to use St. James, we want to use St. James the Great. And she explained that she had done some study, whether it was less or great. Yes?
Okay. In this letter, and does this go out from your office to, again, the entire diocese by email?
Yes.
Or on public media, social
Yes.
media? Okay.
Not email. I don't know if it's on social media. I don't. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure I know what the difference is.
Okay, fair enough. In the first paragraph, go down to under Dear Friends,
Yes?
say that Episcopal Church Ministry serving Newport Beach, Lido Isle, and the Balboa Peninsula will continue on Sunday, October 6th with a 3 p.m. service of Holy Eucharist, and will bring together forward-looking vision with the perspective of more than 70 years of mission. You also talk about God's mission in the last sentence. Do you see that?
Yes?
Okay. And then in the final paragraph, you talk about she will be a vicar of the congregation, a mission that the Bishop of Los Angeles serves as rector. You see that?
Yes?
And did you mean to say that this was a mission that was being run by a victor when you wrote that in that last paragraph, that next to last paragraph?
As I've repeatedly said, it was use of terms that are here, but it was actually a forming congregation.
Okay. And
I believe the bishop has given his answer and that we should move on from this
Okay.
line of questions.
Did you testify on direct examination that you did not have a conversation about the possibility of selling either St. Michael's or St. James. Had you seen the email, which we've marked as Exhibit 55, at any time before this litigation?
Excuse me.
Yeah,
50 what?
55.
Okay. Okay, where are we?
Okay, if you go down, well, first of all, looking at the exhibit, had you seen it?
Could you highlight the two gray lines?
Yeah, this is just a question.
This email isn't addressed to me.
I know.
And I don't know, I can't tell you if I
Okay.
saw it before today.
All right. Let's go down to the email on the bottom half, which is dated February 3rd, 2015. See that? We can highlight that.
Wait a second, February 3rd?
Yes, 2015.
Okay.
Okay. And that's between Mr. Forbath and Mr. Tumulty. See
Yes.
that? And then he writes, "Here is the draft note to West Mason Lane Foundation. My sense is it would be best to simply state that the NPB Church," that's St. James, right? Newport Beach Church.
Yes.
You understood that. "Will be sold, and not be fuzzy about which church will be sold." Right? You read that?
I read that, but I did not ever say anything about
Okay.
selling Corona Del Mar.
Okay, so let's go a little further down on the page to the next paragraph that starts with Newport Beach Church property specifics,
Okay.
and then the second paragraph which says confidentially speaking.
Okay, I see that.
Okay, let's get it up on the screen. Okay. Confidentially speaking, the bishop's office is putting in place a 1 to 2 year plan that will involve consolidating our two churches in the area, St. James the Great, Newport Beach, and St. Michael, All Angels. The outcome of that consolidation will involve selling one of the two churches and realizing substantial proceeds. I'll leave off the rest of it. So I know you didn't see this at the time, but were you aware that Mr. Forbath and Mr. Tumulty were discussing the possible sale of St. James or St. Michael's and All Angels?
I was not.
Okay.
As
And
I
Ms.
said before, I can't sell Corona Del Mar, St. Michael and All Angels. It's an established parish. It has a rector and a vestry.
Okay. Would Mr. Forbath have known that?
I can't tell you what Mr. Forbath knows.
Well, how long has he been working there?
He's been working for me for 11 years, I think, or 12 years.
Okay, and would Mr. Tumulty know that?
Know
That
what?
you wouldn't have the power to sell St. Michael's?
I would think so.
Okay. If you transferred St. Michael's, or were able to transfer St. Michael's into Corp Sol, you would have the power to sell it?
No,
No? Why not?
because it's owned by the corporation, and it's owned by the vestry, I mean, it's operated by the vestry and the rector.
Okay.
They'd have to make that decision.
I get that, I'm sorry. But if they did decide that, and it went into Corp Sol, then you would have the power to sell it?
That's an assumption that I'm not ready to make.
So, do you have any explanation for this communication about selling St. James or St. Michael's with a preference to selling St. James between Mr. Tumulty and Mr.
Objection
Forbath?
calls for speculation, and it's a hypothetical as to the content of a communication he hasn't seen before today.
Overruled.
So
Do you have any explanation for them doing this?
I do not have an explanation. Ask them.
Okay. Probably will.
God bless you.
exhibit. I want to get your testimony straight. Your memory is that you never had a conversation with Reverend Voorhees, that you were considering, or if you had to sell St. James or St. Michael's, which one would you do?
I'm not in the habit of consulting.
Is your testimony that you did not have that conversation?
That's what I've said repeatedly.
And is it also your testimony that you did not have a second conversation where you told her that you would not sell St. James?
I did not have that conversation. As I remember that, are you going to tell me what exhibit to look at?
I will in a second.
Okay.
You saw the exhibit earlier today, though, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Let's look at Exhibit 56.
Okay, that's good. It's right close. Excuse me. Yes.
Okay. And here, on February 24th, Mr. Tumulty and Mr. Forbath have an email in which Mr. Forbath writes, and if we go down to the second paragraph, start with Cindy plus reported. Do it with my...
Yeah, I see that.
Okay. John Bruno, right, stated in their last meeting, right after the February corporation meeting, that he wants to keep the residential property for the next priest, and that Bishop Bruno stated in the same meeting, the NPB church will not be sold. Do you see that?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. And you had never seen that email before?
No, and I didn't say that.
Oh, had you seen it?
Had I seen it? No.
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. Too many negatives.
Okay.
Right. But you hadn't seen that until this litigation, basically.
That's right.
And did Mr. Forbath come to you and say anything like, you know, what's going on? Reverend Voorhees has told me that you're saying you're not going to be selling St. James. Why is this even coming up?
No.
I didn't have any conversation like
I'm
that?
not copied on that email. I didn't have that discussion. I did not make an assurance to Cindy that I would not sell the church.
And you don't remember Mr. Forbath ever coming to say?
As I said, no.
Let's go to McMonagle. Should have it right here. Good. Covered a lot, actually. Have you found Exhibit 21, sir?
You didn't tell me that's
Oh,
what.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay. Do you see that this is an email dated October 14, 2014, that's addressed from Canon Voorhees to Mr. Forbath and Mr. Tumulty and copied to you?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember seeing it in or about October 14th of 2014?
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
And do you remember what you did with it?
I referred it back to Ted and David because of the fact that we hadn't done that.
Okay. You hadn't done what?
We had not contacted Mr. McGonigal. Is that
I
his
think
name?
it's Mick McMonagle. I've been having trouble with it too.
Mick Monagle.
Right.
And by Canon Voorhees' statements earlier, this is not somebody we would contact that was irreputable.
Okay. So she writes, if we go to the last sentence, I know John McMonagle is there something I need to know because I'm devoting my life to this parish and I want to know if I'm wasting my time. You see that?
I see that.
And you didn't make any effort to reach out to her and say, no, don't worry about it, keep working?
No, I didn't.
Nothing? Didn't reply at all?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And did you do one of those flags for Mr. Forbath or Mr. Tumulty?
No, I didn't, not on this one.
Okay, because they got it directly?
Yes?
Did you expect them to reply to her in some fashion?
I don't know what their intent or the mind would be. It's
Okay.
not my place to do that. I was copied on it, so I wouldn't know about it.
Did it bother you that she said, is there something I need to know? Because I'm devoting my life to this parish and want to know if I'm wasting my time? Do you think maybe you should answer that?
If I answered every email where somebody has a concern or a worry and it's not addressed to me, I would not sleep.
Well, it's CC'd to you, and you're the bishop, and she's your victor.
And
Did it concern you at all that she was concerned that she might be wasting her time?
I don't think any kind of ministry is wasting time.
Okay? And so you were concerned that she was afraid that she might be wasting her time. Is that true?
That's not what I said.
Okay. Did you have a concern that you should answer her because she's saying to you, I'm devoting my life to this parish and I want to know if I'm wasting my time? Did you-
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you do anything other than think that Mr. Tumulty and Mr. Forbath would reply to it?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you ever find out from them if they had done anything?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you know from either of them that she had called them and talked to them on the telephone about this issue?
No.
Okay, neither of them told you that?
No.
At that time, had you had any of those unsolicited offers yet at that time?
I would have to go back and look. I don't know.
Okay. Were you of a mind that if you got the right financial offer at that point in time, you would sell the church?
I don't know how this is in reference to the memo you showed me earlier that David
I'm not
contacted.
referring to a memo.
Belated objection is beyond the scope of direct.
A moment, please. I'm not sure. Overruled.
Okay.
Please rephrase.
In October of 2014, were you of a mind, put aside any other memos or emails, that if you got the right offer, you would sell St. James Church?
In 2014.
October of 2014.
As I said earlier,
Okay. We need the May 19th letter. Okay. Don't wait a second. On May 17th, you went to St. James, and you've testified on direct, and you told the parish or the group that you had sold the church, right?
I told them that I had a purchase sales agreement and that we were going to go through due diligence. I suggested to the congregation that we could for sure be open till October if it went through, and I told them that we would negotiate beyond that. One of my concerns there was her son was being married there, excuse me. Lieberman, Mrs. Lieberman.
Well, the actual agreement gave the 90 days from June 24th, which would be September 24th, right?
And I had just said that I negotiated making sure that I knew that there was a wedding coming up in October, that we would keep it open that far and until all due diligence was done and the sale was final.
Uh-huh. And when Ms. Lieberman was calling you during the summer and sending you letters, and her son was sending you letters, and they were emailing you and not getting any responses, did you just say, no, it's going to be open? No problem? Why did they have to wait?
I don't think I was about.
Sorry?
I don't think I was about.
What's that mean?
I think during the summer, I was out of the office.
I see. Okay.
Mr.
You get-
Coughlin, we're at the, past the 6:30 point. Can you give me a sense of how much more questioning you will have? Considerable? Less
I think so.
considerable?
It might be.
Yes, okay. I think then it might be best to break at this point.
Okay.
Let me, for a moment before we leave or do anything, confer with the rest of the hearing panel about schedule.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We just hold off, just take a 2-minute recess, don't go anywhere. Thank you. Till we decide, that is. what the schedule is since we got it. Yeah, turn it off.
Yeah. How about you have a little privacy?
We will, we'll break now, and we will begin tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning. So I know that makes it difficult for some of you, but given the amount of material we need to cover, and remember that tomorrow is the last day for the hearing panel. At this point, at least that's how we've scheduled this. So we'll begin at 8:30 in the morning. I think, I just tell you what I feel. I feel like we need prayer at this point. So I'd ask Eric if he would lead us in closing prayer.
Pray for the unity of the church. O God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ, our only Savior, Prince of Peace, give us grace seriously to lay to heart the great dangers we are in by our unhappy divisions. Take away all hatred and prejudice, and whatever else may hinder us from godly union and concord, that as there is but one body and one Spirit, one hope of our calling, one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of us all, so may we all be one of heart and of one soul, united in one holy bond of truth and peace, of faith and charity, and may with one mind and one mouth glorify Thee through Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen.